that the city could continue to fund it?
Channel 36 is your question on that one. We found a way to keep it going for this present fiscal year, where we were in just as bad shape as we're going to be when we go through the budget process for the next fiscal year. So I will be committed to see if we can find a way to do it, but I can't make any guarantees. When I hear that we might have to lay off people who work in the parks or people who work in the libraries or not have enough money for intervention programs, I begin to wonder what our priorities should be and could be. I'm very worried about our city budget, our state budget, and I dare say the federal budget.
Do you think there's a place for the Internet and all of this as an outlet for public access producers?
I think it is a definite outlet for it. People who are Internet savvy, it's usually people who are under 50 who really live on it kind of thing, and if they're under 40, even more so, or 30. I think the senior citizen types, the type who turn on Channel 35, they really haven't gotten that close to it. You know, I'm a 63-year-old. I'm close enough to it that I can push buttons around and move it and type a few letters and numbers, but I know a lot of people aren't able to do that. So it is a great mechanism for those who've grown up with the new technology that make it an empowered part of their life. I see a lot of young people running around with iPhones and with BlackBerries, and you know, they're all connected on that aspect as well as their computers at home. In fact, many of them have no more, landlines. It's just cell phones, which also serve, not as just a cell phone, but a computer and like I just mentioned. So there are lots of people, millions of people who do live off of the Internet, but not everybody.
In the minute or so we have left, I'm sure there are some people who've never seen public access. What kinds of things would we be missing if it went away?
Well, in my opinion, you miss a lot of community-based programming that people who are participating in want to see. You see a lot of news and talk shows from people who have points of views that never get on the mainstream television. You have good people who do books and people who do things that are comical and enjoyable just to watch. The creative talent that we have in Los Angeles that doesn't get on a mainstream cable channel or a mainstream broadcast signal are going to disappear. They won't have a chance for an outlet. And it's not good for community. It's not good for the democracy to have less free expression, less electronic soap board, and more importantly, less First Amendment rights.
Just to be clear, finally, so everybody understands, what happens on New Year's Day, January 1st, 2009, if nothing is done to address this issue?
Well, the plug's going to be pulled on a lot of public access local channels in cable systems. You don't have them on your AT&T new lineup or your Verizon, other than maybe on some Barca channels that are hard to get to. You're going to lose some quality programming that people enjoyed watching on local channels, and for sure you're not going to see any regional or interconnected or statewide channels. It'll be a tremendous loss.
District 11 Council Member Bill Rosendahl, thanks so much for joining us to explain all this on Council Week in Review.
It's my pleasure, Jack, and thank you to your listeners and viewers who watch Channel 35.
Since this entire situation rests in the hands of the people up in Sacramento, if you feel passionately about this issue and want to make your feelings heard, this would be a good time to contact your representatives in Sacramento. LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of City Council meetings and programming about City Department services and events. And you can watch City Council meetings live or view past meetings by going to the city's website at lacity.org and follow the instructions for video on demand. And we invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. Remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. and on Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending October 17th, 2008. On behalf of Robert Brown and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
Después de que ocurre un desastre, tal vez no le sea posible confiar en lo que ya conoce de su hogar. Tal vez tampoco pueda confiar en su perro Lazarillo. Lazarillo podría estar lesionado atemorizado, confundido, nervioso o desorientado. Esté preparado para calmar a su perro y mantenerlo apartado y atado con la correa o arnés. Si usa bastón, recuerde tenerlo a la mano para que le ayude a lidiar con situaciones peligrosas y con obstáculos. Mantenga uno cerca de su cama y de todas las salidas, así como también una correa extra para el perro. Asegúrese de que su perro tenga el microchip y de que su licencia y placa de identificación tengan información vigente. Los perros lazarillos pueden acompañarle a un albergue de emergencias. Así como usted necesita un kit de emergencia, necesita tener uno para su perro. Asegúrese de tener suficiente agua, alimentos, cualquier medicina que puedan requerir y un botiquín de primeros auxilios. Una colcha o tapete y un juguete favorito pueden ayudarlo a calmarlo también. Tenga listo el nombre y número de teléfono del veterinario en el kit. Es posible que le exijan el récord de vacunación. Solo usted sabe qué lo puede preparar y ayudar tanto a usted como a su familia en caso de un desastre. ¿Está usted preparado? Para mayor información, por favor, comuníquese con el Departamento de Discapacidad o el Departamento de Administración de Emergencias del Ayuntamiento de Los Ángeles al llamar a los números en pantalla o al 311.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council meeting for Tuesday, October 21st, 2008. We are here in the John Ferraro Council Chamber, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. I'm Council President Eric Garcetti, and I'm joined by Council members Richard Alarcon, Wendy Gruhl, Jan Perry, Greg Smith, Jack Weiss, Herb Wesson, and Dennis Zine. We are awaiting two more council members to begin our meeting. Pursuant to council rules, all council members should be here in their seats at the top of the hour to begin the meeting. We thank the 8 members that are here right now, and we are waiting two more council members, Cardenas, Hahn, Parks, Reyes, and Rosendahl. If you will please join us as soon as possible. Council members Huizar and Labange are excused to arrive a little later today on city business, but we are awaiting council members Cardenas, Hahn, Parks, Reyes, and Rosendahl. I want to thank our viewers on Channel 35 who have joined us, and as members of the public, we'd like to welcome you here to Council Chambers and in Van Nuys Council Chambers as well. We are broadcast live on Channel 35 throughout the city's cable system and rebroadcast each evening as well. We're available online in live webcast form or archived footage of our past council meetings. Our city's homepage is lacity.org, and if you click on the links to the left, you'll be able to listen to past council meetings or during these meetings, watch it live. Finally, if you're not close to a television or a computer, you can always pick up the phone and call Council Phone, which is a service of the city, to listen to the audio proceedings of our council or any of our committees. That number is 213-621-CITY, 213-621-CITY, which will get you through to listen to any of the council meetings or our committee meetings. Our agendas are available online or in person, online 72 hours in advance, or in the city clerk's office, or here in council chambers, 24 hours in advance for special meeting items. And if you'd like to be heard on any of the items that are before us, all items receive a public hearing either in committee or in the full council. If it's received a public hearing already in committee, it requires a council member to reopen the hearing. Otherwise, if it hasn't been heard, a card from the public will automatically trigger a public hearing. So if you'd like to be heard on any items, feel free to fill out a speaker card in the back and to give it to one of the sergeants at arms. If you're closer to Van Nuys, you can always show up at our council chambers in Van Nuys, and we're able to hear you in these council chambers and on TV remotely. With that, again, we want to thank council members who are here. We're still awaiting council members Cardenas, Hahn, Parks, Reyes, and Rosendahl. As soon as we have two more, we will begin the meeting. Thank you all for your patience. This is our third quorum call for Councilmember Cardenas, Councilmember Hahn, Councilmember Parks, Councilmember Reyes, and Councilmember Rosendahl. If you'll please join us as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you to Councilmember Cardenas. We are now at 9 members and just awaiting Councilwoman Hahn, Councilmember Parks, Councilmember Reyes, and Councilmember Rosendahl. We're now late. If they'll please join us, this will be our last quorum call. Councilmember Hahn, Parks, Reyes, and Rosendahl. We are awaiting your presence to begin our meeting. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wettenstein, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right. Mr. Zine moves, Mr. Wesson seconds. Without objection, those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right. Ms. Perry moves and Mr. Labange seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. Next order of business.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday and there's a flag salute.
All right. If I could ask Mr. Cardenas, would you be kind enough to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And if I could ask everybody in council chambers to please rise for a salute to the flag.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Next order of business, please, if we can run through the agenda.
On the irregular agenda, items 1 and 2 are confirmation of building and safety liens, notice for public hearing.
All righty. Anybody wishing to call those special? If not, let's go ahead and please open the roll on items 1 and 2. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 3 through 5 are proposed street vacations, notice for public hearing. Council should close the hearing and instruct the city engineer to proceed.
All right. Without objection, we will close the hearing and instruct the city engineer to proceed on those items. Next items, please.
Items 6 through 9 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe that we are linking 6 with 8 and 10 and 11. So let's call 6 and 8 special. Anybody wishing to call 7 special? If not, let's take up items 7 and anybody wishing to call 9 special? If not, let's take up 7 and 9 together, please. If we can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved, and we'll send item 7 forthwith without objection. Next items, please.
Items 10 through 18 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay. We'll hold 10, 11, 13 through 15 special. Do we have cards on any of those remaining ones? On 12, I do not see a card, so we'll open and close public hearing on 12. On 16, we do have a card. We'll call that special for a card from the public. And on 17 and 18, there are no cards. So if we could take up 12, 17, and 18, please. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
On the continuation agenda, item 19 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Okay. Item 19 is before us. Mr. Zine, I'd like to call that special. All right. We will take that. If we can come back then on the items called special, we'll be holding the budget items together. So let's take 16 first, which is called special from a card from the public. Arnold Sachs, if you'd like to come forward on item number 16, 1-6. And then we'll come back for our general public comment.
Good morning, City Council. Thank you. Special events. As long as you keep listing these special events, I'm going to keep coming forward and asking that you deny any special events based on your actions with the LA Marathon, that you had to have the date changed because the Boston Marathon is run on a holiday, that you need to deny any special events that are asked to be held on a weekend because they interfere with religious practices. If you were able to interrupt the training or interject into 25,000 participants of the LA Marathon, then I certainly don't believe that, and without much of a discussion, mind you, then I certainly believe that anything held on a weekend should be held to the same standards that you're holding the LA Marathon to. Just because it happens to be Frank McCord's company who's running it, and that he has very deep pockets in LA, that shouldn't matter. We're looking at the 25,000 people that are being put out for the benefit of 4 congregations that stood before you in the city council chambers and argued that their congregations are being affected by the running. Well, every weekend, somebody's congregation is being affected by some special event. Hold the same standards, like you hold yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. That will close our comments on that item. We have one more. Donna Pearman on item 16 out in Van Nuys.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Anyway, I agree with Arnold Sachs that you should consider religion when you do these events, like Friday for the Muslims, Saturday for the Jews, and Sunday for the Christians. And I say that we shouldn't have any more of these fee waivers because we're in a big financial crunch, and people are losing their homes, and still you want to look good by having parties. So don't have any fee waivers. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Zuma Dog on item 16 as well. Mr. Dog?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We have a very busy quorum today. It's very exciting. Please, people, pay attention. We have some big items with a lot of news and press here. I'd like to talk about special event fee waivers. And as somebody who would like to possibly, I'd like to run for mayor. I haven't made it official yet. But as mayor, the first thing I'd have to do, besides implement Dr. Deming's 14 points overall throughout the city, would be reducing the special event fee waivers. It's massively being wasted, and we're in it. I don't have to. For a year, I came and gave you the warning. Now it's too late. I don't even have to do the preface. I don't even have to do the setup. You know where everything's headed, okay? You're not going to be able to provide the basic services of the city. Police, fire, trash removal, water's going up, okay? No time for block parties, no time for festivals and all these things, okay? You need to cut back on it because a lot of it is outside your authority. I'm here to say that although it would be difficult to prove through a whistleblower hotline through the auditor's office, I do feel that there's corruption and racketeering through a lot of this nonprofit. Let me be specific, okay? I feel that the biggest waste of money, of taxpayer money in the city, that you're going to need when all hell breaks loose is the money that's being squandered right here and right now during these trash collection, during these special event fee waivers, and you need to cut it out. And the people are on you about this, and it's for fair. What happens is nonprofits are set up through the city. But I say it's cahootsism. I say it's racketeering. I say it's patronage. And then the money's funneled in through these nonprofits, and then there's no transparency, no accountability. These events are supposed to be open to the public, free of community benefit for small community organizations that are trying to get something off the ground for the community. And you have totally diverted it. You've totally turned it into a big fraud, waste, and abuse cahoots racket. Cut it out now. Now, it's not like you're going to vote no on these. What I'm asking for, I want to see a reduction of these on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dogg. That'll close our public comment on item 16. As a point of information, those interested in our public special events policy that is coming forward to the Budget and Finance Committee next week, I believe, and it will be part of the discussions today. So sit tight, and thank you, everybody, for your public comments on this item. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. If we can reconsider number 3, Mr. Huizar has asked to continue that. If we can please open the roll on item number 3, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is back before us. If there's no objection, colleagues, I would move we continue that 2 weeks until November 4th, Election Day, 2 weeks from today, without objection, so ordered. All righty. We will now go to our general public comment. We have a number of cards. We usually have at least 20 minutes of public comment. We've received so far about 40 cards, which would take us about an hour and a half to get through. So we're going to try to get to as many as possible, and some that are grouped together on similar issues, we will try to make sure that we get at least some people from each perspective that has come today. Rosalba Cornejo is our first speaker. After that will be Brandon Judy. I would just respectfully ask folks, as much as there's conversations going on both sides of the ropes right now, if people could move those either out to the hallways or to behind chambers so we can hear public testimony as clearly as possible. Thank you very much, and Ms. Cornejo, thank you for coming in. Good morning.
Hi, good morning to everybody. Thank you for being here today. The reason why I'm here today is because yesterday I heard that the ACLU released a recent study that shows ultimately, short version of it is that the LAPD culture continues to racially profiles LA citizens and residents. Not only that, but I also heard that Chief Bratton dismissed the entire study as mumbo jumbo and claimed that this study is not representative of current LA culture because the study is 4 years old. And I can't help but to think that MacArthur Park in 2006 wasn't supposed to be representative of LA culture. So I keep seeing this dismissive tactics of him. My other issue is that I believe he's trying to say that part of the reason why numerous rape kits have not been properly processed and have expired the 10-year, statute of limitation and can no longer be processed. He's trying to blame that on you guys. And regardless of who didn't or what didn't, women were raped, right? And so these women followed the, procedure. They went to court. They went to the police, they reported this. So then what happens is, whether you guys didn't give them the money or they didn't use the funding or whatever this thing was, the problem is that there's a huge problem with LAPD, and I hope that the City Council continues to address. And I will also like to invite the community to have a discussion regarding race, gender, but also sexualities. It is current, it's something that we should talk about, especially with the elections coming up in November, and I hope that everybody, takes a chance to just talk amongst ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brandon Judy, and after that will be Matthew Judy. Good morning.
Good morning to you all. Thank you for having this open forum. My name is Brandon Judy, and I'm an ambassador here representing God Almighty, the Most High, the living, the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm not here representing any man or any nation or any country. I'm here to represent the Lord Jesus Christ and His righteousness. On the archway of your doorway coming into this building, you have stated, engraved on the wall, righteousness exalts a people. Proverbs 14:34. 2 Samuel chapter 23 verses 3 says, "He that ruleth over men must be just, ruling in the fear of God." I have come here to encourage you all with the influence that you have toward all the people of Los Angeles to do righteousness. See, that word is foreign from our ears and our heart, to do righteousness. Jesus Christ is about righteousness, and He's going to judge this world and everyone whom He gives life to by His standard. God's standard, not man's standard, not man's wisdom, but it's God's wisdom and God's truth. Apart from God, there is no truth. So I'm here to encourage you, as an ambassador from the Lord Jesus Christ, to do righteousness. He has allowed all of you people here in position by His power. The decisions that you make, if they are not decided and come from the Bible, they are not law. God's law. God's law overrides man's law. So today, again, I beg you all to repent from your sins and call upon the Lord Jesus Christ, that He may grant you salvation. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Matthew Judy, and after that is Ara Piranian. Sure, if you hand those to the sergeants at arms. Thank you very much. Matthew Judy is our next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Matt Judy. I'm 14 years old and in the 9th grade. I'm representing California's Christian youth. If Prop 8 does not pass, then our young people will be under pressure to conform to the culture, society, and their standard, which goes against mine and Christians' deeply held religious beliefs. Proposition 8 seeks to only restore Propositions 22, rightful language that only marriage between a man and a woman is valid or recognized in the state of California. I plead for you to openly support our religious freedom. God ordained marriage between a man and a woman. Homosexuals can participate in civil unions, but should not be able to participate in marriage because it was ordained by God strictly between a man and a woman. I would ask you all to openly vote yes on Proposition 8. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ara Piranian is our next speaker. After that is James Lambert.
Dear Council, I would also like to echo the statements of my brother Brandon. It is true that outside the City Hall, Proverbs 14 is quoted, "Righteousness exalts a nation." There's a great cultural battle in our country right now. And the root of every political battle ultimately is moral, it's scriptural. We're now debating abortion and homosexual marriage, two propositions on the ballot, Proposition 4 and 8. There's an understanding that among so many people that the continual pursuit of sin somehow would bring some kind of gratification. Is a law, like the law of physics. No pursuit of any sin, whether sexual immorality, thievery, gangbanging, drug abuse, can ever bring satisfaction. As humans, we know ultimately what we're pursuing is happiness. In the Bible, that word is defined by the word blessing. It's derived from the Greek word makarois, which what does that mean? It means to be fully content. How many of you standing here today can say that you're fully content? There's another word that's used in the Bible quite often. It's the word love. The Greek word for that word is agapeo, and that means something you find your joy in, something you direct your will towards. We can't find joy as a society. We can't find contentment because we disobey the first commandment in the Bible, Matthew chapter 22. Love the Lord thy God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your strength. From this one great commandment, because we disobey it, stems all the other problems of society. So, I would urge the council of my beloved city, the great Los Angeles, to take into account that verse. Put the Lord first in your heart so you can govern righteously and then lead our people towards righteousness and do what the engraving on the wall says. Thank you for this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for making the time to be here. James Lambert is our next speaker. After that is Linda Gibney. Good morning.
Good morning. James Lambert, Carlsbad, California. I represent American Family Association. City Council members, on May 15, 2008, justices in the state of California overturned the legal and traditional definition of marriage previously approved by over 4.5 million Californians with a 61% plurality in this state. This act of judicial tyranny will be contested this November with Proposition 8. By inserting the definition of marriage into the state constitution, Proposition 8 will allow people to once and for all decide if they believe marriage should be defined as between one man and one woman. Letting the people decide through due process is what democracy is all about. Proposition 8 will allow the people's voice to be heard over the voices of 4 judges in Sacramento who overturned the majority of vote, over the voice of our governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and San Francisco Mayor Gavin Newsom, over the voices of State Attorney General Jerry Brown, who changed the wording of our measure to create a negative impression of marriage between one man and one woman, and finally, over the voices of radical opponents who know they have full rights already with civil unions and who say it is hateful to support traditional marriage. A recent poll that was conducted by the Los Angeles Times, hardly a conservative newspaper, shows that 52% of Californians favored Proposition 8. City Council members, I am here today to ask each member of the Los Angeles City Council to sign the marriage proclamation that you've been given before you that simply affirms your support for Proposition 8 and traditional marriage. I'm hoping that you will choose not to be silent on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Gibney. After that is Zuma Dog.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I am newly retired from UCLA Extension, and I'm here to speak about the opportunity that I think we have for our Los Angeles Zoo and the elephant exhibit. What I would like to propose is a whole new vision regarding the elephants at the LA Zoo, and that is that we develop a cutting-edge elephant experience that draws upon animatronics, the great architectural community in this city, the film industry, the media industry, a multimedia elephant experience without live elephants. I'm a little bit of a departure from the prior, but I think certainly God would hear me out here as well. And I want to encourage you to think broadly about the elephant experience for the future, that it can be done without live elephants. And in fact, we can have an educational, enlightening, enterprising experience at our zoo, and we can have workshops and seminars, and if we want live elephants, we have an extraordinary opportunity at the PAWS ARC 2000 Sanctuary in Central California, in which we could provide field experience and field opportunities for our public and our students. This is a great opportunity to no longer cling to the past, but move to the future for the sake of our elephants. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Zuma Dog is our next speaker.
Yes, thank you. It's a kind of an exciting day for me as an activist because on Friday I came here, public comment number 11. It was 11 redistricting, and I vetted it out, and I came out to be yes on redistricting. And Councilmember Rosendahl, I think that possibly he changed his opinion afterwards a little bit due to the comment. That was exciting. And I just saw Laura Chick, who is the city controller, in the council chambers. I was going to pester her on a question, and she thanked me for coming out here and saying what some people aren't allowed to say, which is the yes on redistricting. Also, that is the only yes on the ballot as far as I'm concerned. So for A, B, and all the taxes, J, R, all that stuff, no, 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 no. Also, there's mandatory raises that city council has. There's some little loophole where there's mandatory raises. So even though the city's in the biggest budget deficit, we're not going to be having any services. We're going to the taxpayers for all types of raises to pay for everything. Oh, their raises are still intact. So Zuma Dog would like city council to make an ordinance that rejects their raises and puts them on hold till we get ourselves out of the crisis. Do I hear a hooty hoo? Do I hear a hooty hoo? Thank you very much. And also, I say, why are police officers... Okay, Zuma Dog is mayor. I want to put my name on the ballot. Okay, as mayor, I say, what are we having police officers, LAPD, writing parking tickets? That's right. People told me that I didn't even believe them. They said LAPD's writing parking tickets at parking meters, but I did see it. I was downtown, and I see two police officers checking VIN numbers, doing da-da-da-da-da. Then the person comes out to complain, a big half hour on a parking ticket. Okay, have you heard about Jamil's Law? Oh, by the way, what's going on with that? Okay, I think it's October 27th. I hope Jack Weiss doesn't punt that football. So I'd like to say, what are police officers? Okay, they want to pass more money for more police. Your trash collection fees have been tripled so that they can write parking tickets, and half the meters don't work, and when they don't work, you don't write a ticket. Zuma Dog for Mayor 09. Hell yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dog. We had about 20 further cards on the elephant issue. I know that Mr. Cardenas has consulted with some of the folks that are out there. We're going to read 10 of them into the record and ask 10 people to speak for a minute each. Well, we have some other cards that will go back to the 2 minutes, but just because we usually do public comment for about 20 minutes, this will extend it and allow more people to speak, and we thank you ahead of time for your understanding. Our first speaker for 1 minute will be Melia Kaplan, and after that is Alicia Silverstone. Thank you for being here. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Melia Kaplan. I'm the founder of Voice for the Animals and the producer of Elephants and Man, A Litany of Tragedy, a film about elephants in captivity. I'm going to read a statement from actress Kim Basinger. I'm going to abbreviate it, to the Los Angeles City Council. First, she says, "Let me thank you for hearing my voice. Elephants are incredible moving machines. The bottom line is they need space. Elephants are intelligent and very complex social animals. They need companions. They need to be in natural habitats with water, mud, and vegetation. Even though we cannot replicate the wild, it is our obligation to ensure that they have the best place possible to live. This is a tremendous opportunity for the city of Los Angeles to become a leader and role model for all other cities across the nation. It is also a great gift to the public to provide them with a deeper, richer, and more accurate educational experience than ever before. I have lived in Africa. There is no comparison.
Thank you very much.
you.
We appreciate that testimony. If there's more of it, if you'd like to submit it to one of the sergeants at arms, we'd be happy to take that. Ms. Silverstone is next, and after that will be Isai Morales. Good morning.
Hi.
No, you come on up.
Hi, thank you for hearing us. I just wanted to say that Councilman Tony Cardenas has a brilliant, brilliant plan that he's putting forth to you, and I'd really love you all to take it very, very seriously. Basically, the current plan costs us too much money for not good enough results. And the elephants it's too small a space to keep them in right now. This plan would allow 100 acres at the same cost or less. 100 acres is a much more pleasing way for your children, our kids, to get an education about how elephants actually should be treated, and it would be a really fun show. You get to see them playing with water, they'd be bathing, they'd be roaming. That's what they naturally do in the wild. I've been to Africa. I've spent a lot of time with elephants, and I can tell you that they don't stand around bobbing their heads. They do really beautiful things, and it would be wonderful for our children to have a really good education about what these elephants do. Showing them in a zoo in a small environment just isn't good enough. So please consider his proposal.
Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for coming to City Hall. Isai Morales is next, and after that will be Bob Barker. Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to say thank you to Councilmember Cardenas for coming up with a very evolved plan. I also want to say thank you to Mr. LaBonge for your support on many other issues. On this one, I understand we're across the street on it, and I understand your concerns for the children and their education. Absolutely. But I think that we must do better than showing animals in captivity, which is tantamount, if we turned it around to human beings, as making an exhibit out of an insane asylum. These poor animals need more. They are complex creatures. They are revered around the world in other parts, and we confine them, and they only get these diseases of their pads in captivity on concrete or packed earth. The fact of the matter is that we as human beings have what animals don't. Animals survive on instinct. We can actually change the course of our evolution with every generation. You teach your kids how to be humane. You teach them to join the 21st century, to go forward and evolve and find better ways so that these animals don't suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Bob Barker is our next speaker. Is Bob Barker? There's Mr. Barker. And
thank you.
Nice to see you, Bob.
I hope that Councilman Cardenas' proposal will be something that my friend Tom LaBonge and I can agree on. For years, I've been one of the thousands of Angelenos who wanted to take the elephants out of the zoo and put them in a sanctuary in Northern California. And now, Councilman Cardenas has come up with a perfect solution. We bring the sanctuary to Los Angeles under the direction of the zoo. And there, visitors can see the elephants in their natural habitat, or the nearest thing to the natural habitat, the nearest thing possible to the life that nature intended for them to live, and it will be more admissions for the zoo than ever before. It will probably help immeasurably. Tourists from all over the world will be anxious to see the elephants in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barker. Jennifer Pryor is our next speaker. After Jennifer Pryor will be Madeline Burstein.
Yes, I'm here. Jennifer Pryor. I was here before you about
Good morning.
2.5 years ago, and you graciously honored the memory of my husband. Thank you again for that. I'm here today because of Mr. Cardenas' brilliant proposal to create an elephant sanctuary here in LA that would also be an elephant exhibit. For those of us who love to see elephants but can't bear the thought of them being confined unnaturally in a space that doesn't give them enough room to live like elephants, this is a perfect solution. Zoo officials have told you in the past the only reason elephants walk 10 to 20 miles a day in the wild is to find food, and they don't need to do that in captivity. But it's more complicated than that. Elephants like to walk. They need to walk. Their huge bodies are not made for standing around, placing pressure on their feet and joints, causing them to deteriorate. More than 60% of the captive elephants in the U.S. suffer from joint problems because of that. You're locked in a room. Your quality of life is defined by someone letting you out for a few minutes a day. Doesn't work. In human terms, we call this prison. In historic LA Zoo terms, we call it being an elephant in the LA Zoo. Please consider the sanctuary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you again. Madeline Burstein is next. And after that is Robert Culp. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Madeline Bernstein. I'm president of the Los Angeles Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, having been here for over 131 years in Los Angeles. I totally support this idea of bringing the sanctuary to Los Angeles. It's a three-prong win-win for the city. Number one, you're not building in all the mistakes you've built in before by continuing the exhibit the way it is and not learning from mistakes. Two, we're teaching children the proper respect and attitude by showing them and mentoring them how elephants really should be in the wild. And three, it will generate funds, it will generate goodwill, and it will also put Los Angeles in a place where they will become the leader of other states, in fact, possibly other countries, where we can prove to people that we can do business, we can bring in tourists, but we can also be humane to the animals and also teach the children that message. The children are our future. Right now, what they're learning when they're seeing the zoo is that it's okay to be mean to an animal.
Thank you. Robert Culp is next. After that is David Castleman. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Robert Culp. When I was first approached to join this push, the only thing I really knew about elephants was that they could always be depended upon to save Tarzan when he was in trouble. That was good enough for me. Since then, I've learned a few more things about elephants. Key to all of them is that African elephants roam in a natural state up to 60 miles a day. That's normal. Indian elephants, 40 miles. They do not belong in any zoo. And Councilman Cardenas has come up with two brilliant resolutions that you're familiar with by now, I'm sure, which I support absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David Castleman. And then after that is Dr. Gary Kuhn.
Good morning, honorable members of the council. I'm lead counsel in the Culp litigation. I'm here because the trial court in that case concluded that this issue is properly decided by you. I've provided you with a packet of materials which explains why injuring the elephants, then paying to treat them, then replace them when they die, prematurely, in almost every case, is bad enough. But spending $40 million more in this economy to expand the existing exhibit without solving the problem is truly a waste of taxpayer funds. But however you decide these issues, it will be important. On one hand, if you choose to leave the status quo, the Court of Appeal will address and decide them for you and may set precedent for future litigants. If you choose to set your own precedent, you can close this exhibit, open an elephant sanctuary, and make a paradigm shift for the entire world to follow. The LA Zoo elephants have no voice. They need your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gary Kuhn is our next speaker. After that is Reese Kendrick.
Good morning. My name is Gary Keene. I was a veterinarian at the LA Zoo for 23 years. Elephant medical problems, usually involving their feet, were frequent. Some of these problems lasted for decades until the elephants died of complications, such as Gita did in 2006. Effective treatment for these problems is essentially impossible due to the nature and size of the small pens. These problems occur largely because the elephants are forced to live in hard surfaces to which their soft feet are not adapted. Lack of sufficient exercise due to small pens also contributes to foot problems, as well as to generalized arthritis, digestive problems, and social problems. My understanding is that the new pens would individually be about the same size as the old ones and composed of the same substrate. This would simply perpetuate the same old problems, more unnecessary suffering and death. LA has proven over several decades that keeping elephants properly is simply not possible at the current location. There just isn't enough space to do what needs to be done. I urge you to cancel the new exhibit and allow Billy to be transit.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Reese Kendrick is our next speaker. And then our last speaker on this item will be Bill Dyer, and I'll read the other names into the record. Good morning.
Hi. My name is Reese Kendrick, and I am 9 years old. I think that it's terrible for elephants to be stuck in these tiny spaces. It's just cruel. There's basically no education there because children just see a massive animal in a very small space doing nothing but bobbing his head and standing around. You don't learn what they eat, how much they walk every day, and how many elephants are in one family group. If I were a parent, I wouldn't want to take my children to a zoo and see elephants because all you see is suffering. When I go to the LA Zoo and I see Billy, I feel really bad for him. It's like being stuck in your room forever and not being able to do anything. Please help Billy. He needs to be eating the right food and being happy and free. Thank you.
Thank you, Reese. Great job. Bill Dyer is our last speaker.
I'm Bill Dyer with In Defense of Animals. Billy,
The 23-year-old Asian elephant is the lone elephant at the LA Zoo. Billy was born in Malaysia, caught, and brought to the LA Zoo in 1989. During the last 2 years, Billy has been all alone, by himself, without companionship, for more than 730 days. He simply stands in a barren exhibit, swaying back and forth all day. When a visitor asked a docent about Billy's swaying, the docent replied, "Billy's all right, he's dancing." At pause, Billy can associate with other elephants. He can walk for acres in natural habitat. He can scratch his back on a tree. He can wallow in mud. He can be an elephant again. Billy has suffered enough. It's time to let him go.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. I'd like to read in the record. We won't be able to get to everybody's cards, but I want to make sure that the record reflects who else was here on this issue. Mariana Tosca, Catherine Doyle, Karen Bonadio, Aaron Leiter, Marlene Goodman, Jennifer Conrad, Ellen Laventhal, and Cheryl Green. I want to thank you all on that issue very much for being here. We have a few other speaker cards for general public comment. Our first is out in Van Nuys. Donna Pearman will be our next speaker.
Thank you. First, I like to tell people you don't have to believe in Jesus or the Son of God to believe in God, so go by God's laws. And it's really good to see Zuma Dog. I thought you chased him away. And first, I'd like to thank Councilman Garcetti for his promptness in almost every council meeting and his attendance. Keep it up. I'd like to agree with Councilman Cardenas. I feel the teleconference in Van Nuys is a great thing. Anyway, I want to tell people to vote against all bonds. You are the master of your destiny. You should vote no on the gang tax, which even the Daily News is against. And there are still too many problems with Prop A1 and Prop R. I also want people to vote yes on Prop 2. I feel it's inhumane to place chickens in cages and make them unable to walk, and other animals that need to move around. Humane measures, yes. So vote yes on 2. I only eat eggs are cage-free. You probably after that go down the line and vote no. The city is ours, and we have the right not to let our politicians run up our taxes. We can't just say, well, okay, now I have this trash tax put on me. Now I have this property tax put on me. If you vote yes on it, then you can't blame anyone but yourself. And lastly, I'd like to apologize to Councilman Weiss for singling him out on Friday. I was at Spring Street. I want to apologize toStituent. I mentioned regarding to Councilman Weiss, disregard what I said. Anyway, people, please vote no on these things, because the council members, they can see the whole group is the people, but individually they can't really see anybody. They really don't understand Zuma Dog. They don't understand Matt Dowd, Arnold Sachs, Rick Nightingale, Miriam Fogler, and myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker, and after that is David Hernandez. Is Mr. Sachs here?
Good morning, council members. Just wanted to point out today's newspaper greeted on the headlines, Lab Backlog Dooms 200 Assault Cases. In the Daily Breeze, the LAPD behind in analyzing rape kits. What's actually amazing about the Daily Breeze article, in the front page is LAPD behind in analyzing rape kits, and then on page 12, DNA solving everyday crimes. $1,000 for genetic testing, $50 now. They use DNA to solve everyday crimes in New York City, Chicago. Great Britain began using DNA for property crimes in 2001. Denver uses DNA for property crimes. Topeka uses DNA for property crimes. Point being that if you're getting more DNA samples to be evaluated, including felony crimes and misdemeanor crimes or property crimes, to the labs for evaluation, What would be a backlog? Why would the backlog, wouldn't it add to the backlog? They're getting these cases analyzed in less than 12 hours sometimes. Why is LAPD not on board for this testing? I'd like to also point out in the Daily Breeze, congratulations to LAWA for the landing of the new A380 Airbus. But in the article it says $1.5 billion to build 6 gates at Tom Bradley International Airport or Air Terminal. What happened to the Mid-City Terminal? The cost of renovations at LAWA went from $3 billion to $5 billion to $7 billion. Now it stands at $10 billion. We don't hear any mention of the Midfield Concourse. Where is the money going? And remember, the city of LA passed 2 bonds for over $1.8 billion.
Thank you, Mr.
Finally,
Sachs.
very quickly.
I'm sorry that your time was up. David Hernandez is our next speaker. And after that, we'll go back out to the Valley, and Rick Nightingale will be next. Good morning, Mr. Hernandez.
Good morning, and the San Fernando Valley has come to you. 2 years ago, I addressed you regarding the financial impact of some of the projects, including the elephant exhibit. Prior to the last election, this council declared a financial emergency. Many thought it was just to manipulate the number of votes that were needed in order to pass a particular item. The reality has really set in that we are in a financial crisis, and that it is time that we reevaluate our priorities in the direction that we are going in. What has come to light, thanks to Controller Laura Chick, regarding the inefficiencies with the Los Angeles Police Department's maintaining the integrity of evidence is unexcusable. And as we're here debating whether or not to go forward with an exhibit, an exorbitant amount at the expense of the priorities and duties and responsibilities that you as elected servants of the people are required to perform, it's time to reevaluate your positions. You know, this little card that I brought up a couple of years ago is really telling today. My position dealt with the financial impact of that exhibit. If you look at the card today, Gita, who is no longer alive, was alive at the time that we last had this conversation. So today, as this conversation resurfaces, the fate of Billy is now in your hands. Send Billy to join Ruby, or evaluate properly the proposed exhibit in the San Fernando Valley. The responsibility is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Our next speaker is Rick Nightingale on the Valley, and then we have Patty Shanker.
Good morning, this is Rick Nightingale. Yeah, my speech is like friendly business. God, years ago, I hate to say years ago, but back in the 60s and all that stuff, that anybody could get a job anytime. It's amazing that you could just turn around and walk in and get a job. You had all these big corporations like Litton, Bendix, Boeing, you had the Chevy plant, Ford plant, Chrysler plant, everything. That you're talking about everybody needs jobs. But you people turned around, and I can't say you, but the council, and it all reflects around the council, turned around and is just unfriendly to businesses. You think that they should take the burden of all the tax because it's a big corporation. But you didn't realize that you could turn around and walk in and get a job and get a future. Now, where can you go get a job to get a future? Every time a company turns around, you start making a little bit of money, they want to get rid of you so they can hire somebody else to take your job, and maybe you're not conformed exactly what they want, but they can conform you. I mean, I started when I was about 20 years old at Bendix, and I started sweeping floors, and within a year and a half, I was operating a machine making top money that people were supporting their families with 3 kids. I mean, this is the way it used to be, and now you people are not friendly business to the people that want to come here, that they move out. There is not one great big company anymore in the city of Los Angeles that they can turn around and hire somebody and work up from the bottom and make some decent money to support their families. It's just unbelievable that that's supposed to be the American way, and it just isn't the American way no more. because there's just no place that a business will come to the city of Los Angeles and turn around and make a future here because they know it isn't going to work, that you're going to tax them so much that they just flat can't survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Shanker is our next speaker, and after that is Matt Dowd.
Good morning, council members. 2 years ago, I was given the opportunity to help Ruby, an LA zoo elephant, be transported to and live at a wonderful sanctuary for elephants in Northern California. Being an advocate for captive elephants and their need for better treatment and better living conditions, I was only too happy to help Ruby by donating $100,000 for her new life. Having visited her twice at Paws Sanctuary and seeing her thrive among other lucky elephants, I can honestly say that my action on her behalf is one of the best things I've done in my life. Since then, I've asked the LA Zoo commissioners to let me do the same for poor Billy, the lone elephant at our zoo. This bull elephant is suffering terribly with inadequate space, shade, and stimuli, and displaying his misery with the stereotypic neurotic behavior of constant head bobbing. He, too, deserves sanctuary. I thank you, Mr. Cardenas, for your concern and compassion for Billy and your courageous efforts to give him a better life, as we have done for Ruby. I will be happy and proud and ready to give another $100,000 for Billy's transport and care at Paws. In fact, I can hardly wait. Please give me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Dowd is our last speaker for general public comment.
Yeah, thank you, City Council. Channel 35, I'm Matt Dowd. Here's the latest round in our legal battle with the City of Los Angeles versus Mike Hunt and Matthew Dowd. Motion for a summary judgment, and your attorneys are just saying all the things the judge told them that were already wrong. They're already still arguing the same thing with a federal judge. You've already changed the ordinance on the beach in admission that the old one was faulty after he advised that. So I don't mind you going against the judge. This is all just a joke. So you want to talk about the budget deficit in the city of Los Angeles? Look at the shiny new police building across the road here. That's $500 million. Boom. They could have canceled each other out. Because LAPD has come under the scrutiny, and that's exactly what we talked about with Michael Hunt, the African-American who claimed he was profiled for 3 years. And we've got a federal judge, Suzanne Siegel, said he can go all the way back to 2004 for every one of those violations. And now the report comes out that it's true, LAPD were violating, and they were attacking African-Americans specifically. And I call it an attack because he was in handcuffs and wrestled to the ground and all other, there's probably 1,000 people down here who can tell you that's what happened. So it's a bad report card for LAPD, but it's a great one for us, let me tell you. Because that's exactly what we talked about, and you're specifically targeting of us. You actually already settled with the other plaintiffs in this case, but oh no, Matthew Dowd and Michael Hunt, let's drag them all the way to the end. Well, thank you, because I'm still here.
That will close our general public comment for today. Thank you to all the speakers who took time out of their day to be here, and we appreciate your comments. We will now go to items that were called special. I believe Mr. Zine has asked for number 19 to be taken out of order. Is that correct?
President, if we can take 19 out of order and reopen the public comments.
Okay, we had a public hearing on this, so there's a move to reopen. Is there any objection to reopening public hearing? We had a suggestion of 10 minutes for each side, or up to 10 minutes for each side, if that is acceptable. That'll be a 20-minute public hearing. I'd like to welcome, first of all, to our chambers, our former speaker, and who happens to be the first speaker today, but Bob Hertzberg. Always a pleasure and an honor to have you in our chambers. And if you'd like to come forward, we'd love to hear your comments first.
Thank you so much, Mr. President and members. When Councilmember Cardenas and I were running for office in 1996, we ran for legislative districts that were drawn by the courts. At the time we were running for office, the other party had 41 seats, a majority in the California State Assembly. Our party had 39 seats. When I left government, we had 50 seats under a court-drawn plan. I was fortunate enough, or some may think unfortunate enough, to serve as Speaker of the Legislature during redistricting, and had an opportunity in very tremendous detail to understand the redistricting process. And what I've learned is there's been a seat change. A seat change is a result of a series of United States Supreme Court decisions involving the Equal Protection Amendment, 14th Amendment, and the Voting Rights Act over the last 25 years that have fundamentally changed and fundamentally protected the kinds of communities that I believe need to be protected. And I believe that the most important thing we can do in government, from my point of view, as someone who believes in an activist government, a government that asks our voters to support education and health care and mental health and to take care of folks and to provide equal opportunity, is to provide confidence in government. And there is nothing that I have seen in my involvement as an elected official and as somebody involved in the process for years that so undermines confidence in government as the ability of legislators to select their own. And as a result, I support and ask you to support Prop 11. We don't have anything to fear. The Supreme Court has made the necessary changes. I used a very prestigious constitutional lawyer and Voting Rights Act people from Stanford. We worked it. We ended up losing in the California State Assembly 2 seats. Ask Mr. Wesson, who serves in this body. And I understand the sensitivity to it. And I understand the criticisms. But at the end of the day, we judge in our judicial system the ability of people's lives to jurors. This makes sense, and it will restore confidence in government, in my judgment, and it's important to support it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. We do have about 10 cards, so to try to get to everybody, I wanted to give Mr. Hertzberg a couple minutes. We're going to try to bring it down to 1 unless people want to do 2 minutes, and then we'll get... No, we gave it to you, don't worry. 1 minute, unless people want to do 2 minutes from that side, but we'll only get to probably the first 5 speakers. Is 1 minute all right with folks who are lined up? Okay. Kathy Fang is our next speaker, and after that is David Fleming.
Thank you, President Garcetti. I was one of the drafters of Proposition 11, along with folks from League of Women Voters, AARP, and MALDEF, and many other organizations. We sat at the table for 3 years trying to get redistricting reform right with the legislature. And I only say that because I think it's important to recognize that Proposition 11 has really gone through a lot of thoughtful comment and a lot of thoughtful input to get to the place that it is today. I want to address 3 specific things that are in Proposition 11, specifically that are concerns that have been raised by the opposition. First is that Proposition 11 would put into place fair redistricting system that would ensure that our community's voices are heard. It actually prioritizes the Voting Rights Act, and it prioritizes into the state constitution for the first time protections for communities and neighborhoods. In Section 2 of Article 21, I would just ask, if you care, read it. It's actually in there. Diversity is built into Prop 11's commission selection process as well. Again, if you look at Section 8252, it requires...
If I could ask you to conclude. We're trying to be as fair with the timing as possible.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. And we can read that, too, if you have some of that
David
written.
Fleming is giving me his time. Thank you, David. It requires that the solicitation process, the screening process, and final selection...
And we'll hold your time. We actually have there's a notice up there on the podium. We can't yield time because when that's done, sometimes people have been for a long time. But if Mr. Fleming would like to continue your words or anything else, we'd be happy to hear those. And if you'd like to submit them to the Sergeant-at-Arms, Ms. Fang, we'd be happy to read that and get that circulated to everybody as well. Thank you for your understanding. David Fleming?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. If you believe that California state government belongs to the people and not to 2 political parties, then Prop 11 is for you. If you believe the state legislature is dysfunctional and needs fixing, then Prop 11 is for you. If you believe that from time to time, people running for the state legislature should face true competition from candidates from the other party, then Prop 11 is for you. And if you believe that state government works best with electeds who are pragmatics rather than ideologues, then Prop 11 is for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming. Liza White is our next speaker. And after Liza will be Gary Tobin.
Good morning. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you for a few minutes. I am president of the League of Women Voters of Los Angeles, but I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of California, who is a sponsor of Proposition 11 because it will help elevate voters' voices, truly let them hold their elected officials accountable, while also allowing voters to acknowledge good work done by their elected representatives. That would be good news for you. The League has been involved with Proposition 11 since its initial drafts, and we feel confident this is the best redistricting measure for California. Reforming redistricting has been something the state legislation said they wanted to create for the last 3 years. The bills put forward never made it to the floor. To think that redistricting reform will come out of the legislature is no longer the phantom we can chase after. I'd like to say that with ARP and California Common Cause, the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, voting rights attorneys, and many others, thank you.
Thank you very much, Liza. Gary Tobin is our next speaker, and then Vincent Jones will follow. Good morning.
Good morning, President Garcetti and members of the Council. It's appropriate that I follow Liza today because 2 years ago, our organizations championed term limits reform in the city of Los Angeles. Today, we've joined together in championing Proposition 11. Proposition 11 is smart government reform that will make government better by adding transparency to our democratic process and making state lawmakers more accountable to voters. When you look at the list of proponents of Proposition 11 and find the LA Chamber of Commerce standing side by side with AARP, Common Cause, the League of Women Voters, ACLU, law enforcement groups, and fellow business groups like the California Small Business Association, the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, and the California Black Chamber of Commerce, former speakers, current President pro tem of the Senate, Darrell Steinberg, when you find us all on the same list, it's a good proposal. Thank you,
Mr. Tobin. Vincent Jones is our next speaker. After that is Marvin Schachter. Good morning.
Good morning. Proposition 11 was drafted by organizations with serious concerns about the declining significance of the Voting Rights Act and the legislature's disregard for voters' concerns and testimony during the 2001 process. Every component of the measure was carefully crafted with the goal of creating an independent and open process that provides Voting Rights Act and minority representation protections that simply do not exist under the current system. In short, the status quo endangers minority representation and voting rights. Say it again. The status quo is hurting minority representation. Prop 11, each of the criteria under Prop 11 were designed to ensure the compliance with the Voting Rights Act is a priority in the 2011 process. I urge you all to support Prop 11 and vote against today's resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Marvin Schachter is our next speaker. After that will be John Stites.
I'm Robin Schachter, a member of the Executive Council of AARP California, an organization of 3.5 current dues-paying members, arguably the largest organization in the state of California. Our support and an active participation in writing Proposition 11 is based on our experience as advocates for older Californians in the legislature of this state, and legislature that is not functioning effectively in the interests of the people of the state because of the method of choosing the legislators that cast those votes. The Proposition 11 meets the major requirements of a fair and just means of electing and choosing members of the legislature. It meets the constitutional requirements. It meets the Voting Rights Act requirements. It is open. It calls for an open, nonpartisan commission to conduct the proposition. I urge this council, which has been so sensitive to the needs of the people of this community, to support actively as individuals and as a collective body Proposition 11.
Thank you very much, Marvin. Good to see you. John Stites is our next speaker. After that will be Sam Smith.
Thank you, council members.
My name is John Stites. I'm president of Los Angeles County, a professional peace officers association, and the Southern California Alliance of Law Enforcement, representing more than 37,000 law enforcement professionals in Southern California. And I'm here to ask you not to rush to a decision on this important proposition. Proposition 11 is reform for the entire people of California, and not just Angelenos. So please join us in supporting Proposition 11. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sam Smith.
Council President, members of the Council, I'm speaking especially to Councilmember Garcetti and Councilmember LaBonge as I represent the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce and the citizens of Hollywood. We have a heart and we want our voice back in deciding these districts. And we're asking our two council people to please reconsider their vote on this resolution and support Proposition 11. We want the decisions back in the voters of the people of this state, and it's time that we do it, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicole Shahinian, and then Stuart Waldman. Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning. On behalf of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, which represents over 1,000 businesses in the Hollywood area, I want to join with my colleagues who spoke earlier in supporting Proposition 11. Support of Proposition 11 is one of the Hollywood Chamber's highest priorities. The Chamber believes that Proposition 11 is essential to ending the partisan gridlock that continues to plague our legislature. And most importantly, Prop 11 will hold our legislators accountable to the voters. The Hollywood Chamber of Commerce encourages your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Stuart Waldman. Nice to see you, Stuart.
Good to see you. Stuart Waldman, president of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. We support Proposition 11 because it would create good government and fairness in elections. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have, excuse me if I can't quite read this, Corti? Sorry, there's a bunch of cross-outs here. Could you just tell me your name for the record?
My name is Nicordelai Corte. I'm here as a resident of Hollywood.
Thank you,
To encourage my city council to vote yes on Proposition 11. I believe the benefits of our city's many neighborhood councils are a step in the right direction in terms of citizen engagement and community empowerment. Similarly, the 14-member Independent Citizen Commission that would be created by Prop 11 will create a mechanism to hold elected officials accountable and make them more responsive to all voters, not just favorite voters or a privileged few. Currently, the California State Legislature approval rating is at 15%, an all-time low, but the incumbency rate is a solid 99%. This is simply unacceptable. The most important thing you can do today is vote yes. Support Proposition 11 as a first step to increase voter confidence and get the people's business done.
Thank you very much. We'll next hear from Alan Clayton. I'm sorry, before Alan Clayton, one last speaker. Controller Chick, if you'd like to come forward. And then we'll go hear from Alan Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues and council members, not colleagues, council members, I'm here to urge the council and probably more importantly our viewers, the people of this city and county, to vote for Prop 11. I have been working hard for the last 15 and a half years as an elected official in the city to restore the faith and confidence that the public has in its elected leadership. And I have come to believe, after watching for years and years the promises of the state legislature to put a redistricting reform ballot on the measure on the ballot, and they have not done so, I have come to fervently believe that the only way that we can have redistricting that belongs to the people and taken away out of the back doors and the back rooms is Prop 11. My whole career has been devoted to transparency, to informing the public. I disagree with the opponents of Prop 11 who say it's too confusing, how insulting to the public. They understand what Prop 11 is about, and I'm very much in support of it and hope it passes. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Controller Chick. Alan Clayton is our next speaker. After that is Rosalind Gold.
Thank you, Council President Garcetti, other council members.
I just want to go through some of the groups that do oppose this, that have been involved in civil rights and involved in fighting for the minority communities. The Legislative Black Caucus, the Legislative Latino Caucus of the Legislature, the Hispanic Congressional Caucus, the Black Congressional Caucus, the Congressional Asian Pacific Caucus, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, MALDIF, NALEO, California Democratic Party, the Congressional Delegation of Democrats. And why do they all oppose it? Because it's badly written, ill thought out, and it could result in gridlock, 14 unelected commissioners. I believe there will not be diversity on the commission in terms of reflecting what we have now through the legislative process, and I've been involved in all the major redistricting. I believe this could set back minority voting rights for many, many years, and I believe that this is an ill-conceived, badly written initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosalind Gold is our next speaker. After that is Stephen Ochoa. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Council President Garcetti and fellow council members. I'm Rosalind Gold with the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials, and I want to reemphasize that our leading voting rights organizations are strongly opposed to Proposition 11. I want to address some of the issues that proponents have raised. You've heard proponents say that this will promote diversity among the commission members. In fact, the selection process and the criteria for commissioners will actually work against and undermine diversity. It is not enough that this initiative prioritizes the Voting Rights Act compliance, because the criteria for maps will make it much more difficult to achieve that compliance in the real world situation of redistricting. Our groups have firsthand experience on the front lines of protecting voting rights and working for open and accountable redistricting, and for that reason we urge you to oppose Proposition 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Ochoa is our next speaker, and then Arturo Vargas. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, members of the City Council. Stephen Ochoa from the William C. Velasquez Institute, an organization that has actively participated in the redistricting process for the last 2 decades in California. Basically, I'm here to stand to say that this proposition is flawed and will harm minority voting rights and California in general for decades to come. It creates a commission that will not be diverse nor expert enough to handle the redistricting process. It includes criteria that counters the spirit of the Voting Rights Act and that actually can limit full compliance with the Voting Rights Act. Frankly, the biggest violator is that it does not include Congress. The exclusion of congressional redistricting from any type of reform package makes it more difficult for the public to participate, because it has two tracks and 2 bodies to lobby and follow. So for organizations like ourselves that have to mobilize the disenfranchised, it's a chore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arturo Vargas will be our last speaker on the for proposal side.
Thank you, Council President. We're not here to debate that the status quo is not acceptable. It is not. Proposition 11 is the wrong reform. It is a wrong reform because it would undermine the ability of the public to participate in the process. It would harm the federally protected rights of minority groups such as Latinos, Asians, and African Americans, and undermine diversity in the process. To the Speaker's point about the 1991 plan that was drawn by the court, it was the Assembly districts that were acceptable. The Senate districts were unacceptable because they were nested, and they harmed the voting rights of Latinos in 91. Nesting has been shown by academic studies to harm the voting rights of Latinos. I served on the commission that drew the lines for this City Council. I know reform can work. I know an independent commission can work. Proposition 11 will not work because it is the wrong reform for this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one speaker for general comment, Zuma Dog.
Yes, although it's general, I am for it, but let me describe it. I think a lot of people here maybe still don't know what this is, but basically in a lot of the voting districts, it's going to change around the shape of the districts for a lot of the state things, not Board of County Supervisors or Council. Right now, currently, there's a lot of gridlock where there's a lot of incumbents. Basically, the current system, the way it's districted and mapped out, it favors incumbents, and so then the incumbents get a gridlock, and then there's a lot of disenfranchisement because if you're where, you know, if you're a Republican in a Democrat zone, you go, my vote doesn't count. And it also, again, favors incumbents. This Zumadog has done the research and feels this, although we need to go beyond the offices that this is covered to include Board of County Supervisors, this is a good start. It will break up the gridlock and allow more partisanship. Like, for example, an independent. This would favor an independent candidate like Zumadog, who would have a much better chance. So I'm looking for a yes vote from all constituents on 11. Thank you.
Thank you. That will close our public comment, our second hearing on this. We'll go to the maker of the motion, Mr. Alarcon, and then Mr. Smith and Mr. Zahn. Mr. Alarcon.
Members, with all due respect to some very good friends of mine, I have to tell you that this process does not balance the concerns of those who have been critical of the redistricting process. The fact of the matter is, it is an effort by Republicans to get more input into the redistricting process because they have less. It's that simple. The fact of the matter is, the Commission is required to be 50% of the majority party and 50% of the minority party. How is that democracy? It does not, the members of the Commission are not elected officials. They cannot be held accountable. Who's going to hold them accountable? It's a very convoluted process, and in terms of the demographic representation, yes, it does negatively impact the opportunities for minorities to participate, because the diversity requirement is only on 6 of the 14 appointments. The others can be all white males. And so the fact of the matter is, this is a well-intended idea to improve the redistricting process that went haywire. The process is overly convoluted. There's no way to hold these people accountable, as you now at least can hold the Assembly and the Senate accountable. I should say the Senate and the Assembly. But let me say this. I was not very pleased with the last redistricting process, but this measure, Prop 11, would throw the baby out with the bathwater. Do we need to reform our redistricting process? Yes. But do we need to increase the odds for the Republican Party, which is really the effort that is at play here, and put it in the hands of the parties as opposed to the elected officials? In this case, this would empower the Republican and Democratic Party as opposed to having elected officials who are held accountable by the voters from being able to make the decisions. This is a flawed measure. Let's be very clear. We oppose this, and it is an effort simply by Republicans to try and seize control, because they don't have control of California.
Mr. Smith is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm impressed by the incredible coalition of people that have come from both sides of the philosophical aisle to say we need to reform our government. We have watched over the past 6 months of this year our legislature unable to pass a state budget. Why? Because the influence of the political parties. Why? Because one party, the Republican Party, my party, has said we're going to stop this from going forward because we have an extraordinary rule in California of a supermajority to pass a budget. And that extraordinary rule has empowered the minority to block legislation. I have said many times, I'm ashamed of the Republican Party and I'm ashamed of the Democratic Party. What is going on in Sacramento is truly shameful to democracy, because the parties control Sacramento. I have looked at the complaints of some of the minority groups, and I would remind them, in 1973, when the state legislature could not draw legislative boundaries, the courts took it over. And what happened when the courts took over redistricting? We had the biggest gain of minority elected officials, and particularly in the African Americans, in any time in modern history. And so to say that we're going to somehow disenfranchise this minority is wrong. I would also point out that this city council was injuncted by the federal government on our reapportionment in 1990 because our boundaries were drawn in such a way that disenfranchised minorities, particularly Hispanic Americans. And it was this city council that ran into that same buzzsaw. They are protected by federal law, and no organization in California, this is Prop 11 or anything else, can ever get around those federal guidelines. To say that it is anti-minority is wrong. Most importantly, I believe what has happened in California is anti-democracy. And I'd point out to you a book which I have read so many times, and I want to just read to you one comment from it. Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville was written in 1832. And he warned about the tyranny of the majority and the way it can be co-opted by political parties. And when he's talking about elected officials who he believes are there for very good purposes, who care truly about their country, care about the citizens of which they represent, he also cautions. But the elected officials, are surrounded by the incessant agitation of parties who attempt to gain their cooperation and support. I can point to you a case in point. About 5 years ago, we had the same budget problem in Sacramento. 2 assembly members, one a Republican, Keith Richmond, and one a Democrat, Casamea, came together and said, let's see if we can break the log jam between the 2 political parties who would not talk about solving the budget problems of California. Let's see if we can find a budget that the majority of the legislature can agree to. They came out with a budget, and what happened to those 2 assemblymen? They both lost their committee assignments, and the Republican, Richmond, lost his position as minority whip because they dared to step outside the political party system and challenge the political party system. The political party system, and both of them are at fault here, Republican and Democrat alike, are destroying the state legislature. And we need to get back to the concept of citizen legislators who are there for the people, not the political parties. Vote yes on 11.
Mr. Zine. Mr. Zine?
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Smith, Mr. Hertzberg, thank you for coming down. My colleague, who I respect, Mr. Alarcon, made the comment, the Republican seizure of control. Well, Mr. Hertzberg's a Democrat, very proud Democrat, and I look at the list of supporters for this. This is a bipartisan group of people, Republicans and Democrats. Gray Davis, former governor of the state of California. Jim Brulte, former California state Republican leader. The list goes on and on. AARP, all the different groups. We had a news conference earlier on the south steps of City Hall. But when I look at the elected officials, I look at the groups, I seldom, if ever, agree with the ACLU. But the ACLU supports this. And with the ACLU supporting something, they support measures for all people. So I think that this body should support Prop 11. It's the right thing to do. And look at the state employees that were without salary for 80-some days because they couldn't get a budget approved. It's clogged. There's a problem with it. And again, they've said in the past that they're going to come around with redistricting, and it hasn't happened. This will make it happen. And we're in elective office at the will of the people. This is the will of the people. We have great respect for our controller, Laura Chick, who supports this. And look at the list of groups, individuals, and agencies that support this. Law enforcement, the Police Protective League last night came on board. We've heard from law enforcement. We've heard from many people that support this measure. And if we want to keep status quo, you're going to vote no. If you want to make it responsive to the community, responsive to the voters, you're going to vote yes on Prop 11. I join my colleague, Mr. Smith, Mr. Rosendahl, to support Measure 11 and request a yes vote on Measure 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a tough one, but I'm not a lockstep anything. I happen to believe that the people need a breath of fresh air within the democratic process. Most of our elections are decided in the primaries. Look, I did 3,000 television shows. I grabbed that ballot and I put it up there. I put every candidate that was running for anything, be it the Green Party, the Independent Party, the Peace and Freedom, whatever they may be, plus the Democrats and the Republicans. Most democracies on the planet have more than just 2 parties. They have every point of view represented within their governmental structures. They have parliaments that bring it all in the room. We don't. You're either a Democrat or a Republican. Look, I was raised a Democrat. I was with Bobby Kennedy. I was with him when he got killed. I was with George McGovern for 18 months. I was against the Vietnam War. I have been out there. And I've been out there with that television show to inform and educate and connect people to the issues so that in a democracy, people would know what's going on. Unfortunately, we don't operate that way. You're either a Democrat or Republican. At this local level, we're nonpartisan, which is beautiful. I have Republican supporters and I have Democratic supporters. 90% of what I do is not ideologically driven. It's people driven. It's constituent service driven. So when I sat here last week and broke ranks so that it wouldn't be 8-2 and not come back again today, in fact, Zuma Dog, you did have a little play on my brain. You have a lot of good thoughts, too. Everybody does. Everybody brought ideas and focused themselves into this process here. But why am I standing here, yes, on 11? Because I believe in reform. This is a step in the right direction. Of course I want to see the House of Representatives redistricted. That's a joke back there, too. It's a dysfunctional government in Washington. It's a dysfunctional government in Sacramento. How dare they never get a budget done on time? How dare they never really represent the people? How dare they make it all happen in the primary rather than in the general election? So if you're not a Democrat and you're in a Democratic district, forget it. That's not right. I can tell you when redistricting happened in the city of Los Angeles, my district, the 11th district, has got the ocean on one side, the 405 on the other, has the city of El Segundo on the south and the mountains on the north. You talk about a cohesive district. It's not like the county supervisors, where 3 of them have a finger in Marina del Rey. Why is that? Yeah, well, these little gerrymandered crazinesses that we have to stop. They need to be geography-driven and people-driven. And I might say that this commission will have 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, and 4 independents, which are declined to stay. It is a step at real reform. And when I see Darrell Steinberg, who is the new leader of the Senate, a sitting Democrat, take that kind of gutsy position, and I see Deborah Bowen, our Secretary of State, who stands for the people and for cleanness in politics, and I see my colleague Ted Lieu. These are 3 courageous Democrats who have stood up and said, it ain't the party anymore, it's the people that matters. When I see the League of Women Voters and the Chamber of Commerce, and I see a lot of mixtures of other people saying, yes, we need the reform, we need the reform. It's not the answer to all of our issues, but hopefully it will allow the people to participate in the political process in a real sense of the word and can get involved in it. And so, therefore, I am a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti, followed by Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to the members of the public. I don't quote very often Nate Holden, but he used to say, I've got friends on this side, I've got friends on that side, so I'm going to be voting with my friends today. But there are people that, and Gil Lindsay, I think, said it first, a lot of the people who are on the opposite side of this from me today are people that I've enjoyed working with on some of the most important reform issues and look forward to continuing doing that with. But I do want to just dispel a couple of things. It would have been easier, just to hold my tongue and not say anything, but I think that there are really good things that need to be elucidated about what's right about this and what's wrong about this, but also to kind of dispel some of the straw man, straw women arguments that are put forward about this. I didn't hear on the opposed to the 11th side anybody from the Democratic Party or Republican Party, and I want to say very clearly, Mr. Rosendahl and to others, that is not what Lockstep is about. We've got great community groups on both sides of this issue who came to us today. And I think if we're honest with ourselves, the California Republican and California Democratic Party, quite frankly, aren't very strong party organizations at all. They can't enforce anything on any of us. We win our elections based on who we are, the strength of our arguments, and we're going to the people. This isn't a machine state, thankfully, and I don't see it becoming one anytime soon. I think that the idea of giving a voice to decline to states is probably the best thing that is in this, because when we look at Californians, those are the ones that are shut out. But the core of this issue for everybody, and it's one of the things we enjoy being in this horseshoe, is that this is a nonpartisan body. And I know that's not what's before us, but if we're serious about making the state legislature something that responds to everybody, the real solution would be not to put Democrats and Republicans in charge and appointees that come from those parties in charge of this process, because that's only a step or two removed from partisanship. It would be to remove partisanship from the state legislature, because in Dennis Zine's district, who happens to be registered as a Republican, he and I work together. We don't check our party credentials when we get together on an important issue like immigration. When Mr. Smith and I get together on an issue like the environment, we can't not talk to each other because one's a Republican and one's a Democrat. Otherwise, we're kind of tinkering around the edges. I know that's not what's before us today, but to somehow believe that the partisanship will be dispelled by a handful, potentially, of less partisan seats that come forward, we still know there will be a Democratic speaker or, in some scenarios, potentially a Republican speaker who will enforce party unity, who will make sure very clearly that that partisanship is part of those in-between years, those 2 years of how business gets done. That does not change here. And I'm not willing to risk, with the friends that I sat down with, and we listened to arguments on both sides, but the friends on one side, on the voter rights battles that have been fought, I'm not willing to risk those for a handful of seats that really wouldn't change the system. But where I think we can agree is what do we get together so we don't have a third to almost half of voters in California totally disenfranchised because they happen to have a representative from the minority party. They have zero voice in Sacramento. Those voices ignored, or it's only in playing defense around a budget time, which is a destructive exercise because it's the one moment the minority party can exercise its power, but only in a negative way. So if we're serious about doing that, I think that is the reform that is the heart of this. Otherwise, this is something that is tinkering around the edges, and in my opinion, unfortunately in a dangerous way because of that last piece that doesn't guarantee, to my satisfaction, what would happen around the voter rights that exist and the hard-fought districts. When you look at those districts, they are difficult cut districts in some cases. I don't know about Marina Del Rey, but some of those reflect the disenfranchisement of decades of many groups of interest in this state. And for me, that is the thing that tips it. But I do think that if we all are serious about that reform, we should stop talking about, who's going to appoint the redistricting, which is important, but ultimately doesn't get to the core of reform. What would do that is whether we have a partisan system at the state or not.
Thank you, Mr. Alacone, followed by Mr. Smith.
Members, when I first came to the City Council, I remember sitting down with Marvin Browdy, and he said, I give you two pieces of advice. I'll share with you one of them. One of them was, follow the money. Where's the money coming from? Where's the money coming from in this campaign? The fact of the matter is, out of $6.3 million contributed to support this, almost $2.5 million is coming from Governor Schwarzenegger. In addition, the New Majority, which is a PAC for a bunch of old Republican hacks, has contributed $150,000 here, $25,000 here, $18,750 here, $18,750 there. This is not a Citizens of California driven initiative. It is a measure sponsored by the Republican Party because they have a small piece of the legislature. They want to have 5 votes out of 14 and equal the Democrats 5 votes out of 14. Why should the Democrats have 30% representation when they have far greater representation of the public? In terms of representing minorities, excuse me, but don't listen to us. Don't listen to the City Council. Listen to the people who fight for the rights of minorities. Listen to the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund. Listen to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. Listen to the Asian Pacific American Legal Center. These are the people that fight and champion the rights of minorities, and they say this is a bad proposal. These are the ones, by the way, who challenged the City of Los Angeles, who challenged the state legislature on their redistricting process, and they're the ones who will do it again if they screw it up. But the fact of the matter is, this is not the way to fix a broken machine. The problem is that this is a take it or leave it proposal by the Republican Party, sponsored by Governor Schwarzenegger, because he can't get the votes he wants in the legislature. I urge you to vote against this measure. Vote no. Supporting my motion is a vote to bring reason to the discussion about redistricting. We do need to improve it, but this is not improvement. We don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, as I said.
Mr. Cardenas, followed by Mr. Smith.
Well, I'd just like to point out one thing. Many things have been said, but with all due respect to appointed bodies, look at all of the appointed bodies in the state of California. And you don't have to look very long or beyond a handful. Look at all of them. And you're going to find and see that they are woefully lacking in having minorities on those boards. They're woefully lacking on having women on those boards, and they're woefully lacking on having blue-collar, your everyday working folk on those boards. And I can guarantee you this, if this were to pass, you're going to have another board of people with all of this power who are going to come from the upper crust of California. They're going to come from the more wealthy corners of California, and they're very likely going to be connected to the most powerful people in California that people are saying that they want out of this system. So, with all due respect, when you look at California today and the redistricting that has been happening out of the state legislature from the hands of politicians, oh my God, politicians have been drawing the lines of districts in California. But yet at the same time, we have more diversity today than ever before in California history when it comes to elected officials, when it comes to women. Yes, even Republican women have now been elected to the legislature. And Democrat women, and minorities and minority women. We now have people who are openly gay in the legislature, more than one. That has only happened most recently in the last couple of redistrictings. And the last redistricting was actually done by people in this room. And we have more diversity. We have more equality. And that's what democracy is. We're never going to have something that's perfect, but I'll tell you what, when you look at what Councilmember Alarcon just said, and you look at the money being poured into this, the money is not coming from $5 and $10 from people that are concerned about their government. This is coming from well-connected individuals. This is by and large coming from people who are well entrenched in the Republican Party. And another point I'd like to make, somebody referenced earlier that the special masters in the early 1990s, because the legislature didn't get the job done right, and so there was an appointment of special masters. Those were all ex-judges. They were neither picked from the Republican Party requirement or the Democrat Party requirement. They were all former judges. And they did a pretty darn good job. Maybe as good as the legislature has done in the past. And with that early 1990s redistricting, we had more representation of women after that. We had more representation of minorities after that. We had more communities of interest that actually had people representing them than ever before in California history. And then 10 years later, when the state legislative body actually did the redistricting, we had a very similar outcome. So it's not a bad thing, but this initiative is a bad thing.
We have Mr. Reyes next, and then Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Council President. I've been listening intently to the discussion. I've been observing all the negative and positive points as far as why we do things, why we don't. For me, it's really basic. When I hear Naleo, when I hear MALDEF representatives talk about how we need to find a better approach, a different approach to address the same goals, I listen intently and I agree with them. You know, in my district, we have a very low percentage of voters who come out. In my district, it takes a lot of effort and concern to go door to door to bring them out and to let them know that their vote is relevant. Their level of poverty, the level of pressures that they feel and how this government has failed them is what they live. So we need to keep moving in a direction that speaks to real change. And real change comes about when we have assurances that the representation will be there. This appointment of boards and what Councilman Cardenas just described, I take to heart. He was part of that body up in the state, up in Sacramento. I hear that from Councilman Alarcon. They've been there. They've seen it. And so I need to respect their points of view. I agree with them. And so I stand to support the resolution to vote no against Prop 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith is our last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I heard Mr. Cardenas decry the condition of the commissions in the state of California. And while I can agree with you, I would just remind you, where do those appointments come from? They come from the governor and the legislature. So if there's a lack of representation from minorities there, it's the legislature's fault and the governor's fault that allowed that to happen. And that's unfortunate. But it's the legislature and the governor that do those appointments. Mentioned MALDEF suing over unfair representation. And I can point out that this man here, Ed Reyes, is sitting here today because of MALDEF suing the city of LA and forcing us to create that district to recognize minorities. if the state of California was somehow to write a redistricting plan that disenfranchised minorities, I guarantee you they would be back in court, and I guarantee the federal courts will rule on their side once again, as they have many times. We cannot ignore the federal laws, and MALDEF won't let us, and NACP will not let us, and that's why I am not concerned about that issue. I would point out that 18 states already do this, and it's worked very well in those states. Why won't it work in California? I don't know why it won't work in California. It's already been proven, and 18 states are doing it now. And finally, Mr. Alicorn, I'm surprised you're so insecure about your own party, but last time I looked, we Republicans were a real minority in the state of California, and you know what? We, the Republican Party, will never, ever, in my lifetime, win back the state legislature, no matter how you draw the lines, because the Republican Party in the state of California is always under 40%, and there's very few districts where you can find that. You will never lose control. Don't worry about that. This is not about partisan politics, folks. It's about what's right. And that's why the League of Women Voters have said it's right. That's why the NACP said it's right, California. That's why people on both sides of the aisle have said it is right. Because we need to change the system to enfranchise rather than disenfranchise the people of California.
Mr. Cardenas.
Just a point of clarification, you're right, Greg Smith. About 20% of the state appointments, for example, are done by the legislature. 80% are done by the governor. But 80% are done by the governor, whether it's Democrat or Republican. And if you look at the history of California, I don't think we've had a minority governor in a long, long, long time. So consider the source.
All right, that closes our debate on this issue. To remind folks, a yes vote is in opposition. A yes vote is a yes to Mr. Alicorn's motion in opposition of Proposition 11. A no vote is in opposition to that opposition. So that would be a yes vote in support of 11. If you want yes, vote no. If you want no, vote yes. Please open the roll. You're voting no, Mr. Zahn, yes. Close the roll and tabulate the vote. Please tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 3 noes.
That is approved. Thank you. We'll take up next the budget items together. And we'd like to call on the Vice Chair of our Budget and Finance Committee, Ms. Gruhl, to begin the deliberations. Colleagues, we will now be, as we usually have done every couple of months, taking up a single topic for the rest of the council meeting, specifically on the financial situation that is before us and our budget issues in that context. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Gruhl, and thank you very much for stepping up. I know our Budget Chair, Mr. Parks, was very intimately involved and wanted to be here and maybe showing up in a little bit, but we'll turn it over to Ms. Gruhl, who has very nicely stepped up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, and thank you for your partnership. You were part of the preparation today for this single topic meeting. Colleagues and to the public, right now there is nothing, I think, more on the front pages of our newspapers and on the news every night about the crisis, financial crisis, fiscal crisis that we're facing here in this country and across the world. And we are in the city of Los Angeles not without our challenges. We just received the recent FSR financial status report that's been released by the city administrative officer that has some disturbing news for this year, not even considering next year in our challenges, both in the revenue and expenditure accounts. We are facing some huge problems and deficits in this upcoming year. This was the idea today by our chair of the Budget Committee, who has wanted to ensure that we are ahead of the curve, that we are not reactive and responding to look at ways in which we can begin this discussion and dialogue as to addressing the budget deficit we have now and what the financial outlook will be in the upcoming year. There are 5 sections today that we will be talking about. The first, of course, is our purpose and our overview. The next is the economic outlook, the experts and the business community. And we will have presentations today about what we see in the future. The other is a city's financial outlook from our CAO, our controller, and treasurer. and then our expenditures, which will be presented by our CLA, CAO, and our pensions, and last, our revenue-generating motions, many of which are before us today, as well as there are motions under each category. So hopefully, those of you in this room who have introduced motions will be ready to begin to address some of those. I think this is critical that the public is looking to us to be fiscally prudent, to tighten our belt, have the same kinds of conversations that people across the country are having in their kitchens, sitting at the table deciding what they can afford and what they can't afford, and what they can live with and what they can live without. And so today our opportunity is to have some of those discussions. We will not complete all of that today, but it does give us an economic outlook and an economic picture as where the city of Los Angeles is going. I know the mayor and others have indicated, the CAO, that the potential deficit for next year is $200 to $400 million that we will have to identify. We see in the CAO's FSR that the potential challenges we have with the state budgets, and if you read the LA Times story in the last few days talking about states across the country that may have to balance their budgets on the backs of local government, and we need to be sure that we are advocating for that not to occur, because this is where the rubber hits the road. These are the services that we're providing in our neighborhoods. And so I'd like to begin, roll up our sleeves, and have a discussion. I'd like to introduce our first panel. If we could invite them to come to the table here. We have Ross Duvall from the Milken Institute and Financial Advisors. We also have representatives from the business community, VICA, CCA in the Chamber, Mel Cohn, Stuart Waldman, Carol Schatz, and Gary Tobin. If we could ask all of them to please make their way here to our table and make themselves at home. And I know looks like we have some replacements, so I will ask each of you to introduce yourself as we go forward. Again, colleagues, this is the economic outlook from the experts and the business community. And yesterday in our budget committee, we did pass the item, which was the 3.9% continued reduction in the business tax on that area. And I don't know, Mr. Smith, you want to make any introductions to this one on the economic outlook at all, as chair of the business task force, maybe before we begin?
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. And I'm glad some of the experts are here. We're going to have them speak. We did have a hearing, members of the council, on this last week to look at the impact of jobs and growth and business growth in the city of L.A. in our special committee on jobs and business growth. We heard very clearly from the LEEDC, the experts from Bill Allen and Dr. Sadu, that we're looking at the following problems that we must be concerned with. First of all, the recession will continue through early 2009 and probably last about 18 months. That we can only expect a moderate recovery thereafter, and that the economic expansion will not kick in until probably 2010, 2011. That there are many industries in Los Angeles that are at great risk. And you see the chart above you, which shows where we are today. First of all, that our leisure and hospitality, our tourism, continues to be strong, but the concern with the dollar devaluation earlier in the year may continue and may affect that rate. That health services and government continue to be somewhat strong, and as a government, we will certainly be looking at this next year, whether that will continue, because as revenues decrease, the government has to look at the spending on employment. And then finally, education, private and government, city schools are included in the government rate, that the private employment in schools will continue to be somewhat strong. However, in the red side, you see a number of industries in Los Angeles that greatly affect our bottom line. First of all, real estate. We know and we have seen the real estate market decline. What we have seen in the recent few months is that the real estate market, while declining, sales have begun to pick up, but the average price continues to drop. And so while there's some revitalization in the marketplace for housing, it is only at the lower rate, and that we may have actually hit an equilibrium rate now, that housing prices are meeting demand and will have equilibrium, but at a much lower value than we've seen in a very long time. That business services, high-tech, and aerospace continue to decline. That motion pictures have declined this year, primarily because of the two strikes. There's concern about a possible third, but that is a thing we continue to watch, but that the movie industry, one of our biggest industries, has also declined. That banking and finance, we know, is a disaster area nationally and is impacting us greatly with corporations like WAMU, who is partially headquarters here in Los Angeles, my district in Chatsworth, and some of the other losses in that industry, and that other manufacturing and finally construction. And one of the values of construction, we know, particularly housing construction, is the spin-off effect of every dollar is 7 to 1. For every dollar you spend in construction, it reverberates through the economy 7 more times. And so as we look at the economy in Los Angeles and what it's doing to business in general and the potential growth in the economy, we see very few opportunities for growth. And that will greatly impact our ability as a city to respond with revenue increase. If you show the next slide, please, Steve. Next one. And there you see the employment numbers and the percentage of the city of LA that are employed in those industries that we're talking about on the downward cycle. And so if you take the numbers at 20%, 26% of our population is those industries, and those are the industries that we're looking in the red, you see the impact to the city of LA, and the final impact of that comes in our revenue streams. Finally, we talked about the credit and liquidity issue. And Mr. Cardenas will talk to us about the problem that is creating for us in the bond markets. The Treasurer can talk to us later about what that is doing to us in the area of financing city services through commercial credit and commercial paper. There are very big challenges on the horizon for us, and that our committee has recommended a few items, but we wanted to bring these items to your attention so you know this is the latest from the experts in the field. This is what they're telling us where we are today, and interestingly enough, by next week that will probably change some more. We have not bottomed out. We have not found equilibrium in the marketplace yet, and these continue to be pressure points that we must watch. And so that, with that, I'm very pleased to introduce the experts that Ms. Gruhl brought forward to the table to let them make their presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have been joined by our astute chair, Mr. Parks. So I don't know if he'd like to say something before we begin with our representative from the Milken Institute.
Let me apologize for being late. We had another item that's pending at another board that we may have to run out again. But I just wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity, because Mr. Smith is doing so much stuff in the Jobs Committee, and then Mr. Cardenas is looking at debt and how we're dealing with that. And then we've had a variety of motions, as you see on the item 10, that are addressing pieces of this whole financial picture. And I wanted to make sure that we, number one, got a healthy view of what the conditions of the region currently is at, and then begin to walk through our city concerns as it relates to department by department. And then also a while back, the council had a pretty healthy discussion about revenue generation, and wanted to bring some of those items back so we can see what headway we made there. So it's a comprehensive look at all of our finances from our revenue generation. And again, you know, we've been fortunate as a city historically to have several revenue generation sources. And so when one would slow down, others would pick up. And I think this is the first time in many of our memory that so many of our revenue sources have slowed down at the same time. And the sense of property tax, transfer tax, business tax for the first time in anyone's memory has now slowed down. Sales tax, all those are going. And then the concern on the national level with all of the instability at the national level and major banking institutions. I think we all were shocked, and Natalie advised us recently that we put commercial paper on the street and no one came forward to buy it, which was kind of a surprise to all of us. So these are things I think we need to know as a council to get out of this budget year and also begin to make decisions for next budget year as relates to our financial conditions. And I think it's important that as we move forward, and I think Mr. Smith capsulized it at a recent committee meeting, is that just because we might have a windfall here and there, we should be looking at how we put that in the reserve fund, hold on to it, because there are tougher times coming. And I think that's the kind of thing we want to hear from our experts to give us some idea, what are we confronted with, what will be the view for the future, and how long do you think this cycle will go before the city can look for stability. And so we can start off with that presentation. That's our expert from the Milken Foundation, Mr. Duvall. If you can start it off, and then we'll have others pick up after you.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman Parks, and we appreciate the opportunity to share our assessment of current developments in financial markets and how they're going to affect the national and local economy. I have a PowerPoint presentation I'm going to share with you very briefly, and I'll try and keep this as short as possible. First, let me say that we've gone from a credit crisis to a financial panic. And what are the likely implications going to be on what we call the real economy, in other words, the economy where we live each day? We have a severe correction in housing markets that's underway, impacting Los Angeles and Southern California disproportionately. We also have, until recently, very high oil prices. Fortunately, they've retreated somewhat, but consumers are overextended, and the recent financial panic and the decline in the stock markets has really made it crystal clear that we are in a recession. We have moved from a phantom recession to a real recession. This chart seems a very strange topic there, the TED spread. Why is that important? Well, it indicates just how tight credit markets have become. We have moved from what I might call a game of Where's Waldo, of who's holding the toxic subprime debt, to one in which bank or investment firm might be the next one to go under. This gives you an indication of the measure of risk aversion in the world economy, essentially. It gives you the difference between the 3-month LIBOR, which are banks in London, and a 3-month Treasury bill. That spread has gotten up to over 400 basis points. This has never happened in modern financial times. It shows that people are basically willing to hold a 3-month T-bill at no interest to avoid losing principal. So, extreme counterparty risk. The good news is, in the past few days, we've seen this rate come down a little bit, indicating that credit markets may be beginning to be somewhat not as frozen as they were. Unfortunately, the consumer shows signs of weakening even further. Retail sales were down 1.2% in September from August, and the consumer is no longer propelling the economy forward. We've also seen consumer sentiment hit very hard by the recent turmoil in financial markets and in the stock market, with confidence falling to levels that clearly indicate a recession. Consumer spending is poised to decline for the first time since the 1990-1991 recession. Also, we have recent evidence on industrial production. It fell 2.8% in September from August. That was the biggest decline in 34 years. Now, some of that was driven by hurricanes Gustav and Ike and the strike at Boeing, but nevertheless, even discounting that, it suggests that rising exports are no longer offsetting the weakness in domestic demand. The latest evidence on labor market shows that weekly unemployment insurance claims have soared to about 460,000. Initial claims, whenever they're above 400,000, we've had a recession. And we are there. Firms have been placing hiring on freeze. Oil prices ran up to $147 a barrel in July. They since have retreated somewhat. This is good news, as consumers will be able to divert some of their income that they were utilizing for purchase of energy to other parts of their budget. The heart of all this matter gets back to what's happened in mortgage markets with subprime mortgage originations. We're seeing the bursting of a bubble, this time in housing, much of it related to subprime. In 2002, total mortgage originations from subprime were about 6% of the total. In 2006, they got up to 20%. And subprime ARMs were representing about 40% of overall mortgage originations in 2006. And California and Los Angeles had a disproportionate share of subprime mortgages. This busy chart just tries to show you how important the housing sector is to the national and local economy. Each 10% decline in housing sales translates into about a 0.8% decline in economic output. And so in other words, we've had a 60% decline in housing sales from the peak. That translates into almost a decline of 5% on economic output. This has led to declining home values after a tremendous run-up earlier this decade. We have seen housing supply reach to very high levels, and home prices are falling at the fastest pace since the 1930s. In Los Angeles, housing prices are down over 30% from where they were a year ago. And in fact, Los Angeles has had the 12th largest decline in housing prices in the country. You've already seen some of the numbers on employment. Construction in Los Angeles has fallen 10,000 over the past 12 months. The real impact is probably even larger because many of the construction workers were in the informal economy and were not anywhere as part of the official numbers. We've also seen 6,400 jobs lost in manufacturing in Los Angeles and 5,300 jobs lost in financial services, mainly at banks and mortgage originators. Here you see the impact of the ripple effect of housing, looking at the employment at furniture stores, building materials, real estate agents. As home sales have declined, so have purchases of these items. The Los Angeles and California's employment situation has been weaker than the nation overall. Los Angeles has lost 24,000 jobs over the past 12 months. California's lost 77,000. The unemployment rate today in Los Angeles is 7.8% versus 6.1% for the United States. Also, in addition to the housing market correction, we've had the lingering effect of the writer's strike and an unresolved expired SAG contract that has really limited production activity in the city. Exports had been one of the fastest growing areas of the economy, and Southern California had been benefiting from this. But unfortunately, as recession spread to our major trading partners, it is very likely that we're going to see growth moderate, especially among the G7. We will even see China slow. So what had been the silver lining of the U.S. economy in Southern California, rising exports, is unlikely to provide as much stimulus moving forward. So where does this leave us? Well, it leaves us from moving from the phantom recession to the real thing. We felt that recession was already underway back in January when we called it, and now it is clear that we are in one. We believe that we'll have at least 3 quarters of consecutive declines in real GDP, possibly even 4, but even with a recovery, will be very modest in the second half of next year. We have the lowest annual housing starts in this country since 1945. Imagine that, just to give you an indication of the weakness that's out there. This would make this recession very similar to the 1990-1991 recession. Looking at how Los Angeles is likely to compare to the United States, this shows you recent growth in the forecast area there in the gray. It shows that the economy is likely to dip somewhere around 1.5% to 2% over the next several quarters. As I said, very similar to the 1990-1991 recession. When you look at employment in Los Angeles, we're going to perform even worse, I think, than the country overall. The job loss in Los Angeles will be about 40% greater than for the nation overall. And lastly, I think this gives you the best indicator confirming that the phantom recession is over and the real thing is here. The unemployment rate in Los Angeles is likely to increase to about 9.4% by the third quarter of next year. That is real pain and suffering. The U.S. unemployment rate is likely to get up to about 7.8%. I wish I had better news for you today, but it's better to understand where we're likely to be and to be able to plan for that, and I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Do we have access to copies of that?
You do. I have many with me, and I sent an electronic copy as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rule, we'll go to the next panel. Is that any council members wishing to ask further questions? Yeah. Mr. Labange, go ahead.
Who's making money right now?
Well, certainly people that work in the foreclosure area are making money.
Who is?
People that work in the foreclosure process. We have
Right.
the highest level of foreclosures in many years.
Right. And the other question, too, how do you relate? You know, I'm 55. I was in high school in the late 60s, early 70s. We had classes, you know, world geography and the dynamics. The American pie, the big piece of American pie, that has been shrunken over the years. Correctly so, with the global economy. Is that correct?
Well, the United States represents almost 25% of world GDP. Asia's share has risen, Japan, China, and the tigers, and that's likely to continue. But the U.S. is still by far the world's largest economy. We are larger than all of Europe combined.
But at the same time, though, there's a piece of pie that's now, and rightfully so, in the hard-working people of India, Brazil, Eastern Europe, Russia, China. China, everybody's riding bicycles 40 years ago. And the dynamics, how much has that impacted us as an institute? How do you see that?
Well, we've had tremendous growth in India and China, and it relates back to my comment on exports. In the first half of this year, exports were up about 16% from a year ago. If exports had not risen by that much, we'd have clearly been in a recession almost a year ago. So, to this point, very strong foreign growth, the low value of the dollar has propelled exports, helping manufacturers and others in the United States. But now we are seeing China slow, and many of our major trading partners, Japan is probably already in a recession. It indicates that stimulus will no longer be there. And
just a quick, the 29 crash is totally different because most people were affected by $2,000 or $3,000, $4,000, $10,000. 34% of the people were out of work or something at that time there, which is very significant, what it is now. And then they talk of recently of recession in the 70s, 80s, and 90s in some respects there. Just briefly, how do they compare to what we're faced today?
Well, the difference thus far between the stock market collapse in 1929 and where we're at today is we basically sat back for 3 years and didn't do anything. The Treasury, the Federal Reserve have moved aggressively to try and combat the liquidity crisis, to inject funds into the banking system, and have taken extraordinary measures such as direct purchases of stocks in U.S. banks in order to recapitalize them and encourage them to lend. So if we had not taken the appropriate measures, we could still have seen something like the Great Depression unfold. But I think we've learned from that. Unfortunately, Chairman Bernanke at the Federal Reserve happens to be one of the leading authorities on what we did wrong during the Great Depression and has moved very aggressively to see that we don't pursue that course again.
Lastly, this extra bailout they're talking about just this week for cities for infrastructure. Have you analyzed that at all?
We have not done that thus far, but certainly we know that state and local budgets are under tremendous pressure. We had forecast back in January that the state of California would have a budget deficit of $20 billion that would need to close. The state officially acknowledged 15 of that $20 billion, and unfortunately I think we're going to be correct, it may be even larger than that. So state and local governments under immense pressure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Each
Mr.
and every one of
LaBonge.
you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Parks?
Yes. Let me just ask one question. You piqued my interest on the issue of the foreclosures. You said that the people that are in that business are probably making money. The concern is they're probably the same people that got us in the foreclosure buying. And then it's the same thing I think we see on the national level, that the people that the federal government is going to buy what they call contaminated debt or whatever, and they're going to toxic debt. Okay, toxic debt, and yet the people that created the toxic debt are probably going to administer the package of debt and make even more money. And so you begin to wonder in this cycle of whether the people that create the problems keep making money, and those that are being injured, such as the homeowners, seem to keep getting victimized.
Well, it's a very good point, Councilman Parks. It's an unfortunate situation that the Treasury, in order to try and unfreeze financial markets, effectively had to bail out many of the people that got us into this mess. But unfortunately, because markets were frozen, banks refused to lend to each other, let alone to consumers and people trying to run a business with working capital. To unlock them, we had to inject massive liquidity. I think it does pose the question as to trying to help those homeowners that are having difficulty meeting their mortgage payments. We need to do more to try and avoid more foreclosures, and I think with the next Congress, we might begin to see more action in that area.
One of the things that I'm hearing from my community, particularly those that are in the real estate market, is that the foreclosures are now all centralized in 4 or 5 different companies that do not necessarily reside in the places where all of the foreclosures are occurring. And so we have people that are getting 300 and 400 foreclosures on the market in communities that are distant away, yet the realtors in that community are going out of business. And so they're not spreading the ability to manage those foreclosures in any form. It's going to about 4 different firms. Have you heard that, or is that?
Well, no, that is a legitimate concern, that foreclosures are being administered from a few firms, and it can have devastating impacts on local communities. So it is a concern. As you well know, California has one of the highest foreclosure rates in the country, and I think there's going to be additional pressure coming as mortgage rates are still resetting, that subprime arms that went out in the first part of 2007 will come up in the first part of 2009, and they're still likely to adjust upwards.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Alarcon, and we have a number of other presentations on the table as well. Mr. Cardenas.
I have to ask you a question about, you mentioned that the banks wouldn't lend to each other, and the average business or person wasn't getting any money either because they weren't lending to them. Had the federal government not done what they did and started to act toward infusing dollars into the banks and helping them hopefully get back to a place where we have a normal markets and normalcy within our banking system and our lending systems, if the government hadn't done that, what would have happened? They would have never lent money again? They would have all just folded and taken their money and put it under mattresses like people who don't deal with banks do? What would have happened?
Well, what would have likely happened is you'd have had a situation where banks would have been extremely reluctant to lend to each other through a situation called counterparty risk. It's similar to if you know that someone in the building has a contagious disease that might kill you, what are you likely to do? Well, not have any interaction with anyone else.
Yeah.
So if you don't know who's holding the toxic debt, you're not going to lend to them. So what likely would have happened, that credit markets would have continued frozen for a longer period of time.
But with all due respect, for weeks, for months, for years?
I don't think anyone knows the answer to that.
Then let me get to my next question, because you answered it already. You said it could have been weeks, it could have been months, it could have been years, correct? Nobody knows. But the thing is, what is the likelihood that that system that we've created, this capitalist system that we created, would have actually abandoned that system and not gone back to something similar to what we had? What's the chances are that abandonment or that frozenness, as you described, would have lasted 3 months, 6 months, a year? What's the likelihood of that happening? Because it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, the reason why banks lend money and the reason why institutions lend money or all of these entities are actually moving monies, our dollars, foreign dollars, what have you, moving capital in the form of monies, that the need to do that would have still been there. Wouldn't it eventually started bursting at the seams or started exposing itself in some fashion?
You probably would have seen such things as barter arrangements begin to take place in supply chains. But that would have taken a long time. It would have been very inefficient. And the real risk is, with the credit markets frozen, people not making investments, you could have a very serious recession that once it gets started, it's very difficult to stop.
And even with everything that the government's done, and even now that other governments seem to be following similar actions and activities, we still could go into a recession, right?
I don't think it's any question about whether we're in a recession. We have been in one. It's just it hasn't been deep enough to recognize it. Now I think we're clearly in a recession. When we see the employment numbers for the month of October, it's likely to show a huge decline.
So the actions, the 700, which became 800 and some billion dollars that Congress passed and the president signed, that didn't stop a recession?
Well, it hasn't been, other than the $125 billion that have been directly injected into banks in capital and equity, it hasn't yet made its way into the system. One of the problems was with the original TARP program, the Troubled Assets Relief Program, was that they have to set up a reverse auction facility that's going to take at least another month before it even gets established. And so with credit markets not knowing what was going to happen, what else was the banking community going to do, it remained frozen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Alarcon.
There are many people who have been talking about this crisis coming for years to come, and obviously it hit. But there's a couple of things that have to be addressed of a fundamental nature. The fact of the matter is that the federal government, while giving the $700 gajillion to the banking industry, put no requirements that those institutions have to lend to regular people. And so they're hoarding that money. So now they're talking about another bailout, and I don't understand why we would even contemplate another bailout without those guarantees. Is there any way to retroactively get them to free up the money that the taxpayers gave to them, to let it trickle down, to put it in Reaganomics, to the folks that really count? And then the second part of my question is really about strategically Los Angeles as a country. We are in competition with the rest of the world out there, and how is it that we should position ourselves differently than other jurisdictions, quite frankly, even within California, to take advantage of every opportunity that might emerge in this case. And by the way, I do have a third issue, and that is that this, Bill Clinton used to say that, it's economics, it's the economy, stupid. And I would say, no, it's greed, stupid. That our corporations, and particularly their executives, acted particularly greedy. And until we regulate that greed, we will not be able to have a balance of concerns. Now, I took economics at Cal State Northridge, and I know a little bit about the fundamental principles of capitalism, but this goes far beyond any thinking. And even Adam Smith, who contemplated controls of this system, because people have a fundamental greedy nature and might take advantage of it. So those are my three questions. Number one, I forgot. And number two,
Can you force banks to lend?
Yeah, thank you. How do you force banks to lend to the little guys? Number two, how does the city of Los Angeles position itself in a strategic agenda forward? And number three, how do we send a message to Washington to get control of greedy corporate idiots?
Well, all very good questions, some easier to answer than others, perhaps. The first one, can the Treasury Secretary or the Chairman of the Federal Reserve essentially force banks to lend? The answer to that question is really no, they can't. What they can do, though, is exert a great deal of pressure on them to understand that we're injecting this capital to encourage you to lend to credit-worthy clients and to look very diligently to find them. And I can assure you that the Treasury Secretary had that conversation with the leaders of our major financial institutions. Hopefully they will choose to begin lending again. The good news is, when you look at the credit markets, there is some indication. The money markets are unfreezing a little bit, and we are starting to see banks lend to each other again. Now, it remains to be seen whether they're lending to consumers. LA as a country Obviously, we're one of the largest economies in the world. I think one thing that we need to look at is the impact of the entertainment industry in this city. This has not been discussed very much, but the ongoing effects of the writer's strike and the unresolved contract at SAG has reduced production activity in this city significantly. I would urge City Council and everyone in the city to do whatever possible to get that contract with SAG resolved, and so that we can resume production activity as much as possible in the city. On the last question, as it relates to greed, there's always greed in the world. Sometimes we just have too much of greed. We look at the risk-return
How much
rewards.
greed is appropriate? How much greed is appropriate?
How much greed is appropriate? Well, you can only really tell when things really go bad, and you can say that that was too much greed. Certainly, we have plenty of regulation in Washington. It's just not cohesive and coordinated. And we had some segments of the market, such as credit default swaps, where there was essentially no regulation, and we didn't know how people were gaming the market until very late. So certainly there needs to be some consolidation of regulation and recognizing new areas of finance and financial derivative products.
Thank you. Do you want to speak now, Mr. Rosendahl, or you want another presentation? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Rosendahl.
Presentation yet?
No, we've had one. Okay, you'll be first on the queue. Why don't we go to the next presentation? Mr. Tobin, do you want to take it from here?
Well, you've already heard Ross talk about the economy, and certainly you don't need to hear from me to know that the economy is struggling. You read and hear about real-life examples every day in the news. I'm just telling you to believe it. The LA Area Chamber of Commerce represents 1,600 members, and they employ 750,000 people in Southern California. Here's what our members are telling us. First of all, they're telling us that they're not having conversations about the national economy because they can't do anything about that. So what are they talking about that they can do something about? They're focusing their resources on their core business. They're not adding any new expenses or new hires. And in most cases, they are cutting expenses and not replacing individuals who retire or leave. 2, they're maintaining regular communications with their customers, and they're doing everything they can to keep the business they have. 3, they've not made a decision about salaries for the coming year, but they're communicating with their employees the possibility that there will be a temporary freeze on salary increases or a reduction in the number of hours worked. 4th, in the most challenged industries like residential construction, manufacturing, finance, and retail, some companies are significantly downsizing, and you, of course, have read in the news about those that have closed down completely. And finally, they know that maintaining an available line of credit is a high priority, and our business members are talking to their bankers on a regular basis. And what are businesses expecting from their local government? Well, they're expecting the same kind of fiscal discipline that they're having to exhibit in their own companies. Now is not the time to make it more expensive for companies to operate in Los Angeles, and we applaud your action for implementing the final phase-in of the 15% reduction in the gross receipts tax as of January 1. Like in business, it's important to be honest with employees about the financial challenges facing the city. Another round of pay increases are scheduled to go into effect, and the city's pension obligations are likely to be underfunded due to the large decline in the stock market. Certainly, that's what's happening to the retirement money that the private sector has been saving in their 401ks. Now is the time to streamline city processes for businesses that are fortunate enough to be in a position to expand, and to encourage those expansions as soon as possible. Develop a list of projects that are currently under city review and decide how to fast-track those projects to stimulate the economy quickly. Meet with the mayor to discuss the 100 recommendations of the LA Economy and Jobs Committee. Together, move quickly on the recommendations that do not require a major investment of tax dollars but have the potential to contribute to the long and the short-term economic vitality of our community. In short, this is an emergency, and it's not a time for business as usual with any of my members, nor at City Hall. We're all in this together, and only by working together to foster business growth and job creation will Los Angeles emerge from this crisis faster than other cities and stronger and more resilient than ever before. We look forward to helping you in this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vika, like to go next?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honorable members. My name is Fred Gaines. I'm the past chairman of VICA, the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, represent over 300 member businesses employing over 250,000 people in the greater San Fernando Valley area, and we thank you for inviting us today to participate in this panel. I want to highlight the issues that we're seeing in the San Fernando Valley in terms of the industries hardest hit. Aaron Green, our VICA Legislative Affairs Manager, then has some comments on one of the more important proposals that we've made that's coming up before you. And then I have some additional proposals for you to consider as you go forward with this discussion. Some of our comments will echo what you've heard, but certainly as we here in the San Fernando Valley from our members and are out meeting with groups in the valley, housing and construction is absolutely a key factor and one that's been very, very hard hit in a very quick and devastating way. A year ago, you would have been hard-pressed to find people to do your construction job at the highest prices you've ever paid. Today, those workers are looking for projects are being canceled, they're being downsized, and the unemployment rates in those areas are moving up. The retail trade. Retail trade is an important part of the economy of the San Fernando Valley. We are going to see what we think will be one of the worst quarters in a long time, even with the holiday season in this fourth quarter of 2008. I'm sure you've noticed yourself. What's the first thing that happens when the downturn? Restaurants. You have to have noticed yourself if you've dined out in restaurants in the last few months, the last few weeks, the downturn in business. And those are jobs that are going to be very quickly eliminated in the retail and restaurant business. These are not people that are going to be, people are going to hang on for a while. These are going to be immediate people that have gone from employment to unemployment. Financial services. We had a tremendous center of financial service in the San Fernando Valley, in the mortgage industry, let alone in other areas, brokerage areas, real estate areas, and tremendous downsizing in those areas going on. When Countrywide goes out of business in Calabasas, vast percentage of those employees are your constituents in the city of Los Angeles. They're spending money in the city of Los Angeles doing business there, and we're seeing that be a devastating effect. Automobile sales throughout our area are way down. These are large items. They support a tremendous amount of trickle-down business and tax revenue, of course, and we're seeing the strongest slowdown in auto sales. And entertainment industry that was mentioned. And to some extent, we will now pay the price even worse for not being competitive with the other areas of the country and the world who have picked away our entertainment business. And we said, well, they'll always be here. We don't have to give the tax breaks. We don't have to give the incentives. We don't have to make it as attractive. And now that we've failed to do that, we're going to see the real hard-pressed issues there. Two other quick points. You're going to see unemployment numbers, I believe, as have been go up as been pointed. But That does not necessarily show all of it, because you're going to see a lot of full-time employment go to part-time employment. A lot of people in these industries, in retail, in financial services, in construction and housing, they're not going to do nothing, but they're going to go from employment where they were making certain levels of income to lesser levels of employment. And sometimes that doesn't show up completely in your unemployment numbers. So take that number and add to it people not unemployed but underemployed. And finally, in the San Fernando Valley and throughout the city, especially important is the fact that we can't find startup capital. So you have someone who was in one of these industries who wants to go and start a new business, start something else, and the capital is just not there to be able to do that, and people are finding a lot of difficulty in that area. I'm going to get to my suggestions in a moment after Aaron Green talks about the collection sheriff item.
Good morning, Aaron Green. Okay. Good morning. So we think that there are two pieces of this equation in terms of what the city can do in order to not make a bad situation worse and then try and help the situation and perhaps make it better. And for businesses, both large and small, what affects them all are the fees that they pay, federal, state, and local. And one of the things that we've been working with the city on for a number of months now is the item that's before the council today, item number 6, which is the collection sheriff. And we've spoken with a number of council members about it, but the substance of this item is to really move forward and help and create a position within the city where the appropriate level and as much as possible of the fees that the city bills are collected. And the reason that this is exceedingly important is that those fees that are collected can and should supplant the new fees that are assessed on businesses. 15 months ago, City Controller Laura Chick released a report audit on citywide billing and collections. It highlighted a couple of things. One, that the city had around $500 million in aging debt. Some of these debts were as much as 20 years old. Secondly, that the city had done little to evaluate any sort of effective processes for getting these debts off of their books, whether they were going to find new ways to bill these clients, write these debts off, or sell them on the private market. Additionally, there's a second category of debts called uncollectibles. At that time, in 2007, again, so about 15 months ago, the total amount of receivables on the city's books were $2.2 billion, and about $1 billion were identified as uncollectible. So that's almost 45%. Looking at new tools for improved collections, there have been some substantive suggestions for new technologies to be implemented. In the fire department, there have been some very good suggestions about utilizing new technologies such as handheld PDAs, things of this nature, but they haven't been implemented. And these uncollected debts, both the old ones and the new ones that will accumulate if we don't do anything about them, directly lead to new fees. Proposition S, which was passed by the city earlier this year, was a measure to generate $270 million. Those fees could have easily, or could have at least partially been supplanted by or supplemented by the collection of some of these aged debts. And in order to not make a bad situation worse, we think it's really essential that everyone, that the city do as much as possible to collect fees that are already out there. You know, I think Councilman Rosendahl called this the gold in the gutter. And that's exactly what this is. This is the gold in the gutter. This is the low-hanging fruit. This is below low-hanging fruit. This is the fruit that is sitting on the ground that we just have to bend down and pick up. And if we pick this up, that means that we don't have to unduly burden our businesses more than is absolutely necessary in this time that is very difficult for them. Item 6, we think it's essential. We'd like to thank Council Members Garcetti, Gruhl, Parks, and Weezar, who have all worked on this with us. And Fred, I'm going to give it back to you. You've got some more suggestions as well for not only to make the situation possibly better for our businesses.
There are some opportunities in this crisis, and the opportunity is that there are going to be a lot of people out there looking to start new businesses, looking to do new things, looking for things, for ways to create new businesses and start over again. And we can make Los Angeles the place that they choose to do that. In the last economic downturn, major one, in the early 1990s, what we did during that period in adding regulation and adding taxes in Los Angeles is we created tremendous opportunities for new business to go in Calabasas and Burbank and Glendale. And when the economy came back, that's exactly where it went. And we watched from the San Fernando Valley all of the towns around us grow and succeed. Hopefully from that lesson we can learn that we can make Los Angeles the place where that kind of growth happens at the end, during and at the end of this downturn. So some additional ideas. Los Angeles City has a sales tax, 1 cent of the sales tax. Reduce the sales tax. Cut it in half for a period of time. Say, you know what, if you're going to buy that large item over this next period of time, do it in the city of Los Angeles. Let's make Los Angeles more attractive than our neighbors in that respect. You have an existing small business tax exemption where there's no business tax for less than $100,000. Let's make it $250,000 for a year or two or through 2010. Let's make sure those small businesses continue to thrive and continue to thrive here in Los Angeles and choose Los Angeles as the place to start up. The people who've lost their jobs, who're looking for new opportunities, let's have them look here because of the opportunities we're going to create. There's currently an exemption for new businesses up to $500,000. Let's increase that. Let's make it up to $4 million and let's make it last 2 years or 3 years instead of the 1 year that we have now, so that those new startups, these people that are going to be changing their economic situation, let's have them do it here in Los Angeles and create those possibilities here. You know, there are a lot of programs out there that are just way underutilized, including our city enterprise zones. We need to not only market them and make sure that we're utilizing them, but do you realize you actually pay fees to apply to get those benefits? And maybe we need to waive those fees so that we're encouraging people to come forward and utilize those benefits, often which come from federal and state sources that we underutilize here in Los Angeles. And the city should consider reducing the transit occupancy tax. If people are going to travel, let's make sure they stay here in Los Angeles. If we can have a competitive advantage to our surrounding communities. And finally, all of this is not much use if the city processes, we talked about streamlining, are not such that allow businesses to move forward on an expedited basis. We can't sit on the planning processes and permit processes and environmental processes that last for a year or more when we're trying to increase the economy. So those are some of the ideas that I think that we need to put forward, that Viken would like to see the city consider. You know, I'm sure everyone is sitting there saying, well, how much is that less into the city's coffer? And that certainly is a consideration. But as Vika said, when we called for Axe the Tax several years ago, make it simpler, cut those tax rates, you will increase your revenue. That's exactly what has happened with the business tax, and that's exactly what will happen in the long run with these kinds of proposals if in fact they result in new businesses starting up and locating themselves in the city of Los Angeles. We thank you again for the opportunity to be heard today.
Thank you, and thank you for your efforts as well in helping us think this through and suggesting where we can look for revenues and stimulating the economy. We have CCA as our last presentation. Colleagues, we have 3 members on the queue after that. We have budgeted another 3 sections of 35 minutes apiece, so that's an hour and 45 minutes. So I just want members to be conscious of that in asking their questions and making sure we can get to some of the key issues and we have actual motions to be voting on that are before us today. So with that, turn it over to you. Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, council members. I'm Veronica Perez Becker, Vice President of Legislative Affairs at the Central City Association. I'm here on behalf of Carol Schatz, who's sorry that she cannot be here due to illness. But as you know, CCA is a business membership organization doing advocacy on regional issues, although we do focus on downtown, and we are the chief architects of the downtown renaissance. The national economic slowdown and the uncertainties for the near-term future are having a swift and noticeable impact on business in Los Angeles. Housing and other real estate developments are showing the most stress. Though the downtown area is faring better than many areas of Southern California, sales and new construction starts have slowed in downtown. The relative strength of the downtown market is a testament to the progress we have made here in recent years to build a community in which people can live, work, and play. Still, housing developers are reporting higher levels of unsold inventory than in the recent past, and some planned projects have been postponed. There's not a lot we can do to turn the tide of the national and global credit crisis from downtown, but there is much that Los Angeles can do to mitigate the damage and prepare our community for the day when our economy does turn around. Now is the time to encourage development and streamline the process so that when the economic barometer indicates that the skies are clearing, developers can quickly get projects back on track and build the housing that this community so badly needs. And we would like to thank Councilman Garcetti and Reyes for their leadership in doing things like the 12-to-2 streamlining program. These are things that we need to see, as well as recent efforts by Council to extend the life of subdivision map approvals. But now is not the time to heap on new fees and other encumbrances, as some have proposed. When credit loosens again and consumers re-enter the housing market in earnest, developers will have choices to make. They will examine the landscape and decide which areas hold the most promise, which communities will be the quickest to enter and launch projects, and which communities have made it clear that they want new housing. They will identify and invest their funds, knowledge, and experience in those communities that have prepared well for that day and have streamlined their entitlement processes, limited fees and expenses, and not tried to legislate social policy on the backs of housing developers. The business community, as represented by CCA and some of the other organizations you're hearing from today, have developed a housing policy plan that will encourage more housing for Los Angeles. The plan includes creating overlay zones near transit and employment centers to incentivize the construction of affordable housing. We will be releasing the full content of that plan shortly. But on a more positive note, I'm pleased to report that the downtown economy is stronger today in many ways than it has been in past decades. We have a more diverse economy. We have expanded an economic base with the addition of thousands and thousands of permanent residents. We have a community that is increasingly operating on a 24/7 basis. Our entertainment venues, great restaurants, and nightclubs are again drawing visitors from across the region. Some of the much anticipated and transformational projects are progressing on schedule. LA Live is continuing to open in phases and to critical acclaim, such as the Nokia Theater. Office space at LA Live will begin filling later this year with the addition of global headquarter companies like Herbalife. Crisis often creates opportunity, and we believe that Los Angeles and this body has an opportunity here to prepare our city for the next economic phase, one of recover and restarting and rebuilding. The decisions we make now will have broad and deep impact for years to come. As we all know, the slowdown in housing and the subprime debacle were the primary reasons for our current housing crisis, and it is important for the City Council to recognize that housing will be the way out. Let's make decisions that will encourage investment, not discourage. Let's focus on those segments of the economy of most important to our community, and housing has to be at the top of that list. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councilmember Rosendahl for the first time. We have Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Alarcon for a second time, and Mr. Parks for a third so far. Mr. Rosendahl.
First, I want to thank you all very much for your presentations. Very thoughtful, very substantive, and we always want to see a silver lining in whatever the situation is. And it is a very, very volatile situation. The market's down 150 points right now. It was up 400 yesterday. We're below 900, and God knows what it is tomorrow. I lost a good third to a half of my retirement portfolio, and I'm a 63-year-old. I'm in the bracket that has been working hard and putting our money away, and we're scared. I'm scared, personally scared. I'm fortunate I have this job, and I'm fortunate I own my home. I don't have a mortgage on it, so I have a couple of good things going. But it's a very serious issue for literally people from age about 55 to 70. That's the bracket that is worrying. You know, I don't know how many more years I got out there to do this kind of thing, but I can tell you that my group, the baby boomers, are very, very nervous, very scared, and we're hoping that things will turn around. So that's just a commentary first. I got to tell you, the 100 suggestions you guys made are fabulous. My colleague, Mr. Smith, and others have been working on putting them in motion form, and when that gets public and it gets worked out, I think we're in a collaborative partnership here that's going to be very productive. He'll obviously explain that more as time goes on in other formats, but I'm very happy about that. A couple of questions. I played a role in the Production Managers Association annual dinner Sunday night at the Ritz-Carlton. A couple of hundred people in the room. The entertainment industry, the guys and the ladies that make the films, that make the television shows. They're very upset. 40 states are playing better games than we are. And I just throw out to you, whatever we need to do in this city to incent the entertainment industry to stay here and to make a good living here and not have to go to Canada or the other 39 states. I want to hear those suggestions, and I really believe that we are the capital of that industry, and we must take action. I'm tired of the governor, who is an actor, who has done nothing, in my opinion, for incentives to state legislation that keeps stuff here. But on our own city level, there are aspects that we can be more friendly to the entertainment industry that will allow that to go forward. So I look forward to that. Second thing is aviation. Folks, we know modernizing LAX is the key to regionalism. We know that American, United, and Delta know that LAX is the cheapest place to take off and land of any metropolitan airport in the country. So they don't care if it takes you 2 hours to get to that gate, as long as you get to the gate. We know Ontario's like the Maytag man. Spanking clean, beautiful airport, ready for service. But they will not do nonstop, direct, frequent, and discounted flights out of Ontario. I know people coming from San Diego to LAX because it's a $300 cheaper ticket for this place or that place. We know that's the reality here. So, no modernization took place since '84. We had $150 million of studies and all kinds of mayors coming and going and so on and so forth. Right now, we're in the best position ever. And we're moving forward. I think this Gina Marie Lindsay was a godsend. She walks on water as far as I'm concerned. And what we're doing there now is major. And we look forward to modernizing it, passing those costs on to the airlines, and therefore Ontario will be an incented spot for them to do nonstop, direct, and frequent and discounted flights. We will
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Very good.
More forward on that as well. So thank you all very much for sharing your thoughts and the partnership together here. We're going to move in the right direction. I know we will. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Very good. Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you, and I will be brief. The information you all provided to us is very helpful, and we'll follow up on some of the items suggested by those of you to look at where we can increase participation in small businesses. And I think, Gary, you were right. They really are focused on how they keep those jobs every single day within their own environment and how we can help them as a city. And it is everything from relieving the tax burden to additionally making it easier to do business in the city of Los Angeles. And so the work that VICA and the Chamber and CCA have done and been great, I think, advocates have been very helpful. And we'll talk about the collection sheriff, and if you see on our agenda, there's another item where we'll talk about item number 6 and particularly trying to see where we can improve upon the collections in the city of Los Angeles. And I think it's not only those that we have, those we'll potentially have. And the fear factor you'll see in some of the financial status reports is that on a lot of the property tax and other things that we would otherwise be able to depend upon will be able to help us in the future try to address some of those problems where people are unable even to pay for their property tax or unable to their business tax, which Mr. Smith and I were talking about the other day in committee, the importance of the fact that there are some plans where if you can't pay that business tax right then, that we can do it over a period of time, so there's no penalty attached to that, because what would be worse is the fact that someone doesn't pay because they are unable to pay, and then they accumulate all of this potential penalties, which then makes their problem even more difficult, and we lose the business because of that. And so we want to work very closely, and also helping those as was mentioned, those areas where we will have some problems in construction and others, how we address those. But I think that the numbers of unemployment are still very underestimated based on those workforce that's not reported necessarily in the claims, and I know you feel the same way. So I just wanted to thank you for your ideas and spending the time. And as I said to Gary, we'll have a 16th seat over here for you because you've been testifying a lot lately on how we improve business in Los Angeles. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Ms. Hahn, please. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I certainly appreciated this overview of our situation currently, and it certainly makes me want to use the word, financial crisis, really, that's facing our country, facing our state, but it really looks to me like it's facing our city as well. I mean, we're talking about a $400 million shortfall next year. That's a crisis in any way you look at it. And I do think, and we're going to have some other agenda items where we talk about particularly collections. That's one of the issues I just think we've got to focus on really immediately. I mean, we have a $400 million budget gap next year, and yet we have $400 million in uncollected debt that is staring us in the face. It doesn't take a financial expert to say that's really what we need to be going after in a very concerted way. I would like to take that crisis and turn that into an opportunity for small businesses or local businesses in Los Angeles. Currently, I believe we have some national firms that are attempting to collect this debt, and they've not done, in my opinion, a very good job of it. Why don't we take this crisis and look to enlarge our pool of collection agencies? I know many that are here locally in Los Angeles. Maybe some of them are small businesses that hire locally. Why don't we look at that opportunity to take that crisis, turn it into an opportunity for small businesses who we know are the backbone of, jobs here in Los Angeles. And I can't miss this opportunity to say, I think the other thing that's really hurting our economy is gang violence. And when people look at where they want to visit, where they want to take their families for vacations and holidays, Los Angeles is the gang capital of the world. And we're spending a lot of taxpayer dollars right now on crime. And if we could take that money and invest it in the front end of people's lives and end gang violence in Los Angeles, I think that's important. If Prop A passes, when Prop A passes November 4th, I believe that will be a turning point in investing money to keep kids from living a life of crime, thus, I think, ultimately helping our economy, bringing tourism back. We know tourism is the second largest industry in Los Angeles with LAX, what we're doing at LAX, and certainly we're encouraging the cruise ship industry in San Pedro. We've been going after cruise lines to dock there. I think those things are important for us to invest in. I think we have to be cautious of not looking to take some risks, make some investments, continue to go after the things that we know long term will help the economy of Los Angeles and the people that live here. So thank you for this overview. It really made me think about where I think the direction should be going after this. Very thoughtful overview. Thank you for
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Thank you very much. Mr. Alarcon.
I was intrigued by your proposal, Mr. Gaines, to reduce the sales tax by 0.5%. How much revenue would that generate?
I don't know the answer to that question.
So that would lower the city sales tax from what to what? From 8.5% to 8%?
Correct.
Well, what is the sales tax in Burbank?
The sales tax, I'm not exactly sure, but not all, some of the cities have a slightly lower sales tax rate.
Is it lower than 8%?
Not lower than 8%.
Does anybody know? Is it lower than 8%?
Lower than the current city of Los Angeles rate.
So it's lower than 8.5%, but maybe it's 7.5%. You don't know?
No, I don't think any of them are lower than 8. I think they're between 8.5 and 8. But I don't know for sure.
I mean, so you're saying that people are going to flock to Los Angeles because we would lower the sales tax by 0.5%? When the surrounding jurisdictions charge about 8% or less?
We think that if the Los Angeles sales tax if it were to be lowered, that would put Los Angeles in a position to be more competitive for people to make a choice.
Where to shop?
Especially on, that's correct, especially on larger items.
So if Burbank is at 8% and then we go to 8%, then they would shop in LA instead of Burbank?
Well, or not go to Burbank, which they'll do now. When you're going to buy an automobile, you're talking about several $100s on an individual purchase.
But that's assuming Burbank isn't less than 8%. It's 8.25%. What about Santa Clarita? Mr. Computer Wizard. Those kinds of analysis are very dangerous. I mean, those kinds of ideas without a complete analysis are very dangerous.
I completely agree.
And I would appreciate it that, you know, when recommendations like that are made, that, you know, we get a broader picture of the impacts in terms of the revenue loss to the city, how many, you know, or gain for that matter. And that's very risky business. And I think what most people and several people have mentioned today is you want to be careful to do radical changes in this climate, because nobody knows what might occur. So I'm very curious by that. I would appreciate it if you could provide a full analysis. I'd be happy to take it under advisement. But short of that analysis, I really hesitate to put out to the public that we're considering a sales tax reduction of 0.5%.
Thank you, Mr. Alacon. Mr. Parks.
Thank you. I just had one question. Do we have any sense of, as the city moves forward with its $7 billion budget, if it made a concerted effort to spend that money within the confines of city boundaries, what effect it would make on our economy? Because often what I get concerned about is we hear about, you know, low bid, and we'll go spend money in another city, another jurisdiction to buy a widget for 30 cents less, as opposed to spending it here and having that money cycle into business tax, sales tax, employment. Do we have any sense of how that more of a concerted effort of spending our budget in our city will affect the economy?
Well, I guess since someone else tried to address that question, I better take a stab at it. We haven't done any analysis on that at the Institute, but certainly you can make a viable argument that if you retain more purchases within the city, that there will be a positive economic ripple effect stemming from that. So I guess you have to look at, you know, the cost-benefit analysis of how much do you save by going outside the city for contracting versus the additional taxes that would be collected on economic activity that would be generated in the city as a result of keeping more here. So I would encourage you to have some analysis done that looks at the cost-benefit of that.
Okay.
The only thing I can add, I don't have any analysis, but we certainly hear from our members the difficulty of competing for those contracts. And we participate annually the last several years through the San Fernando Valley Economic Alliance in holding seminars for our local businesses on how to better compete for those contracts in the city. So there are issues related to how our local businesses compete against outside businesses, and certainly issues of whether there should be certain preferences given so that the money stays with businesses that have decided to be here in the city of Los Angeles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate the panel and we appreciate the vigorous discussion. And we will now turn to our next panel. That is a series of reports we will now have from our city staff on the city financial outlook. That's the CAO, the treasurer, and the controller. And we will start with the CAO. Yep, Ms. Gruhl.
Hello. Thank you. Mr. Cardenas was going to introduce when we get to the investments in debts. So CAO doing the revenues deficit, and then the controller with the reserve fund.
Okay, great. Mr. CAO.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As you know, we just released our second financial status report a few days ago. It certainly does paint a grim picture of where we are in the current year and some of the challenges that are before us. In that report, we talk about a combined shortfall in the current year of roughly $55 million in revenue and about $55 million or so in expenditures. Today, we're going to briefly go through some of the things that we're looking at as far as revenue is concerned, and there we go. Part of the discussion today is about our economy and many of the city's revenues that are associated and affected by the slowing economy. While we're seeing growth in property tax due to the recent rising valuations in the recent years, however, we do acknowledge sort of the shortfall in the housing market and how that has affected the document transfer tax. We did budget it for the current year of 0% growth, more or less, with business tax and sales tax. However, as we're going to discuss a little bit further, and it has been discussed earlier today, certainly if we see a drop-off in the economy, a further slowdown, it will affect us as we go forward. And I'll quickly go through the next slide. This just shows where we are through September. While we are up in property tax receipts, we will discuss a bit later, sort of in detail, what is behind that number. But we do have pretty flat growth through what we're seeing in the first 3 months of the year when it comes to the other revenues, sales, business, hotel, and so forth. And as we go forward, we'll continue to track those and see where they may lead in the coming months. I think the one thing that we do want to stress today is that we see very little upside potential in our receipts. While we have positive news with property tax, on the flip side, on many of the other receipts and revenue categories, we think there's much more downside risk than upside. To sort of dovetail into the prior conversations, I want to spend a little bit, just a few moments on this next slide. What we did here is we show many of the U.S. recessions over the last half century, and we overlaid that with our growth in our sales tax receipts. And what we've seen is many times our sales tax begins to slow down as we go into recession, but unfortunately our actual receipts, the bottom point, actually does not occur until the general economy starts picking up and comes out of the recession. This is really due to the 3 to 6 month lag in our receipts. So while Ross talked about a 3-quarter recession, we really are not going to see this until early next calendar year, the impact of those 3 quarters. As I mentioned, we basically bounce back much after the recession ends and the economy improves. So, one, I think, particular note, during the last recession in the 90s, it actually took us roughly about 9 years as far as sales tax to actually get back to the level of receipts that we saw prior to that recession. This next chart just shows, gives you a little bit of data as far as change in valuations, and this is the valuations on property tax. We show a decline in the early 90s due to the earthquake and how that affected our assessed value. It shows the growth in the assessed values to the point of roughly 2006, 2007. For the current year budget, we did use an assessed value growth of 6%. And this was data that we received from the county back on January 2008. Now, as the county then sort of took all the data that they received over the last 6 months, we did get some additional information. In August, actual valuations proved to be 7.9%, which certainly is a factor into why receipts today are at $18 million versus flat. Now, to sort of offset that, and we have a little bit of bad news, this has to do with the collection rate, and this has been a sort of a topic of discussion for the last several months. While we had budgeted in the range for last year of 96%, actual collections were much lower than that, in around 95%. In the current year, we budgeted 95.5% as far as collection rate, and we think we are, as you can see from the chart, we're actually below that now. So whatever gain that we received from the increased valuations, assessed value, is going to be offset by the reduced collection rate. The next chart just shows you the increases in the foreclosures. We actually, in the mid-90s, we show how the foreclosure rate increased. We're certainly seeing trends in that information today. We also give you some information as far as the notice of default. The key here is the notice is a precursor, a leading indicator of actual defaults. And while that trend is increasing, certainly our foreclosure rates is going to be increasing as well as we go forward. To quickly show where we are with our documentary transfer tax, we had budgeted a 25% decline last year in fiscal year 7-8. We then budgeted another decline of 15% in the current year. Based on actual receipts from actual of last year, we're looking at a 9%, and certainly based on trends that could go much lower than we are today. Sales tax. This actually gives you an indication as far as the actual cash that's been tracked with the state, which, as you can see, the numbers and the trend line is coming down, and I mean, as has been discussed before. But what's sort of what's indicated through here is because we're behind the state in actual receipts by 3 to 6 months, we have not actually seen a decline. We show over the last 4 quarters that we've been relatively flat. However, we are very concerned that we are going to go below the line as we move forward in the next quarter or so. Hotel tax, this is one where we had budgeted growth of 5%. We are seeing through the first 3 months of the year, this growth is still on track. However, as we see the general slowdown in the economy, certainly we're worried that we'll see decline here in the hotel tax as well. In most cases, this revenue does outperform slightly the sales tax, and we'll see where this goes forward. The next couple slides talk about property tax and our parking tax and where we are going. Certainly we had budgeted some growth, and we have been doing well. This is something that we're going to be looking at over the next couple of months. We are worried that we may not see the the growth that we had budgeted. As we go forward, we may see a $2 million or so decline in here as well. The next chart just gives you a quick snapshot of the cost of natural gas. As we put the budget together last year, we anticipated relatively flat growth in the future market. However, the last couple of months, we've seen that this number fall down significantly. Certainly, we're on track now, but as we go forward, we've been looking at the numbers. This is the telephone users tax. As you know, we had a rate reduction that was approved by the electorate last year. So far, we have not seen a drop-off in receipts. Although we had budgeted appropriately, assuming a drop-off, we haven't seen it thus far. But since it's still early in sort of what I'll call the mix, as that reduction plays through, and as we expand the base, we're going to be tracking these numbers, and we'll see where they go go forward. That's it as far as our quick presentation. We'll go through this in more detail next Monday in the FSR. But certainly, we are projecting our revenue receipts to be down about $55 million. And as I mentioned earlier, we only see downside risk that it could potentially fall further. So.
Mr. President?
Yes, Ms.
I would just, I would suggest to all of the council members and Budget Committee, we'll be hearing next Monday, correct, Mr. Parks, I think, the FSR. That is a document that really has a great overview. It just was released on Friday and be considered next week by our Budget Committee and then come to the full City Council. So it is it's a big document, but it is worth reading for people to understand the status and some of the actions that we are taking and where we are. Yes. And so encourage that because it's helpful before it comes to the full City Council. I anticipate it will come soon after that to the full City Council. But yes. We do encourage everyone, if you have, this big document, 98 pages. But it is very informational. I did start to read it last night and fell asleep to it, but that's nothing against you, Ray,
it was a lot of information.
And I've continued to read, but I would encourage every council member, if you have not received this, to take it and read it. So I appreciate that overview. If we can, we'll go to our next presentation then from the control.
We have Natalie come up. We have control, also the FAs that are here. If they come up, we can handle all of these items with the staff that's at the table.
Good afternoon, Rushmore Cervantes with the City Controller's Office. We've been looking at the reserve fund to see how we are doing with our reserves, as well as looking at the cash flow that we have for the city. Reserve fund-wise, over the last 5 years, the actual emergency reserve fund has expanded considerably. The City Council and the Mayor have done a very good job of enhancing the emergency reserve fund. However, the contingency reserve is always the issue at hand, and that has slowly declined over the last few years. Right now, we are at about $25 million. We have ongoing receivables for the reserve borrowing that are on a temporary basis waiting for special funds to be repaid, about $17 million, and that's always going to be around that level. You have some that are long-term loans that may or may not ever get paid, so usually it's about $17, $18 million in that range. Right now, our main concern is cash flow. As you well know, the issue that the city has is that we don't have cash in the front end. The city authorizes a revenue anticipation note loan. This year, it was for $350 million. That's not going to be enough. A report was just recently released where we need to borrow from other funds on a short-term basis of approximately $150 million. That is in lieu of receiving the property tax. We receive a property tax usually at the end of December, the next installment at the end of January. So if we don't get that transfer from the other funds, we will not have sufficient cash to pay the purchase orders, invoices, or salaries for that matter. So that'll be forthcoming to the committee. The one thing that we urge in the Controller's Office is that we really look at departments making sure that they are repaying whatever loans they have to the reserve fund as quickly as possible, so that we ensure that we have sufficient cash. Lastly, from a long-term perspective, our office is really concerned about what's coming up, and we've heard the economists and Ray has mentioned it over a period of time, thus the upcoming negotiations that we have at hand, and I think it's very important that we look long-range. If you just look at potentially what we have with the coalition, what EAA potentially may get, as well as the sworn personnel, compared to the amount of revenue we anticipate receiving, we need to ask ourselves some hard questions as to what we can really afford. So the Controller wanted me to convey that we just think very much so in a long-term perspective. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for the Controller's Office? Mr. Parks?
Did you give us the actual figure of what the reserve fund is today?
It's $122 million in the emergency and approximately $25 million in contingency.
Any other questions? Mr. Cardenas? Oh, sorry.
Can I ask my quick question? Is that right?
Go ahead, Ms. Gruhl.
So, and this is probably for the both of you. In the past, we've had some challenges with the county and our property tax and whether or not their estimates have been correct, even in the sales tax from the state. Do we ever do an audit or a review to determine that we getting our fair share, so to speak? We're dependent upon them to give us that information, but with the kind of fluctuation and changes in the real estate market and a lot of other things happening, are we assured that we're getting what we're supposed to be getting from both the county and the state?
Yes, we do rely on a consultant for the property tax as well as just recently for the documentary transfer tax. These firms are paid based on a percentage of what they are able to recoup for the city of Los Angeles. This has been ongoing for property tax for a number of years, whereas for the documentary transfer tax, we just recently entered into an agreement approximately 3 months ago, and they've looked at the last 4 years as far back as they could go through the statute of limitations, and those requests have been submitted to the County of Los Angeles, and we're waiting for their response to their initial assessment of what they found. So we should probably hear something within the next 30 to 60 days from the county as to whether those numbers of what the findings were are accurate or not.
And you said the companies that we contract with get a percentage of that?
That is correct. It's
and why did we choose to do that versus just a fee-based, perform this review for us?
It's an incentive for them. It's primarily how the city has always entered into contracts for companies like that. It's an actual percentage of. So as opposed to if they are unable to find anything, we may end up paying them more because they were unable to find any additional revenue. So therefore, it's actually in a sense protecting the city, because if we indicated to them we're going to pay them X dollar amount and they were unable to find anything, then we're still obligated to pay them. Whereas there's an incentive. It's not a high percentage, but it's an incentive for the city as well as for them to be able to.
If they find nothing, do they get zero?
Excuse me?
If they find zero, do they get zero?
That's correct.
So they don't get anything in
That
that
is correct.
period of time. Okay. Thank you.
Truly taxes.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to know if you could explain to the council / the public on how do we handle cash flow. We're a government. We don't exactly get equal amounts of money every 2 weeks into the government, even though, for example, our payroll, one of our biggest expenses, if not the biggest, is actually dispensed with every 2 weeks. How do we handle cash flow, and what parts of the year do we tend to normally have lower cash flow, and then we have to take on temporary loans and things of that nature? And if we do take temporary loans, what is that process like? How do we exercise it? And can you give us an example of what those are called?
Well, the Controller's Office monitors the cash flow for the city. The first 6 months of the fiscal year are usually by far the most strapped for the city. We're waiting for all the revenue to come in. When we budget, we're budgeting for the fiscal year and the receipts that come in throughout the year. The two biggest the biggest revenue is the property tax, which come end of December as well as the end of January. So it's our responsibility to try to find cash to be able to float the city for the first 6 months. That's why the city traditionally will issue the revenue anticipation notes to be able to float that cash. And on occasions when there isn't sufficient cash, that's when we do interfund borrowing, or worst case, we'll borrow from the reserve fund.
Now, what did you call those things?
Revenue anticipation notes.
And where do we get them? Do we borrow them from a neighboring government? Do we borrow them from the federal government? Who actually lends that to the city?
We actually issued the TRANS. It's basically tax and revenue anticipation note. We borrowed $350 for this current fiscal year, $350 million. We do that, go through that process in late June and try to get to the market either late June or early July. But basically, those go out in the market, and we borrow on a short-term basis.
Okay, we borrow on a short-term basis, but who lends us that money? Is it Barclays Bank? Is it where the money comes to the city from? Where?
From various investors, institutional investors, short-term investors, things of that sort. It's basically those investors that are out in the market.
Natalie Brill with the CEO's office. Tax and revenue anticipation notes are one-year notes. So what happens is that people would bid on them. Underwriters like Goldman and Barclays, I would say Lehman Brothers, but it's not around anymore, Morgan Stanley, they would bid on them and then they would sell them to investors. So somebody who wants a one-year basic note with a high rating would buy it. So it's basically a public offering like any other bond that we do.
Okay. When is the next time we anticipate doing that again? Is it June or?
It will probably be for next year, given our cash flow situation in the city, but we will have to do basically the short-term borrowing each fiscal year.
Okay, we're not the only government that does this. How do we stand when it comes to doing this kind of activity? When we go out there, people are ready to buy it. They line up to buy our stuff. We have to coax them into buying City of LA. How do we do it?
We issue early enough in the season, per se. We issue right after the budget is adopted. So we're one of the first, I believe, that's out in the marketplace. And it's very well received. We always have lots of bids on our debt. Now, that was before everything started to fall apart, so it's hard to say. But we believe that by the time we go in June again, the market will hopefully have stabilized and we'll be able to search short term. And the reason we think that is because the state just sold $4 billion. So they were able to sell in this market. So we believe we'll be able to sell in June.
How are we rated compared to the state when it comes to rating categories?
Better than the state.
Better? We're better than the state. And we're better rated than the state. The state just went out with $4 billion, and people lined up and they sold all their $4 billion, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So is there anything you want to share with us as far as what we anticipate the next time we go out? Is there any reason for us to worry or wonder if we're going to have the same experience next year?
Certainly, it depends on where the market goes. I think by that time, 6 months, 8 months from now, that the market will settle somewhat.
Yeah, but we're in one of the worst markets that most of us have seen in our lifetime. We've heard stories about a previous generation and what they went through. But that being the case, we're in one of the worst 30, 60, 90-day periods that people haven't seen in decades. And yet the state of California, who's not rated as well as us in this market as we stand today, they were successful in selling $4 billion, right? So that being the case, I'm not asking you to predict the future because we're not supposed to that detail. But unless the market gets worse than it is today, we should be fine next June when we go out again, right?
I would agree. I mean, basically, we are a very good credit, and we've never had trouble.
Good.
Selling their trans.
And if somebody who isn't as rated as high as us can actually go out there and do that, that means that we should be okay. The reason why I wanted to have that dialogue with you in front of the public is because the public is getting a lot of signals. They're getting really worried. They're getting stories and anecdotal information to make it seem like the sky is literally falling. Certainly the financial sky is falling on them. And the fact of the matter is they depend on the city to be healthy. They depend on the city to provide services and our police officers and pave the roads and things of that nature. So the bottom line is, even with all this financial turmoil, we are continuing to do all of those things, aren't we?
Yes.
But to do those things, we need these finances. We need these mechanisms. We need the cash flow to continue so that we can manage all that activity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When it comes to projections of revenue and things of that nature, it changes. I mean, we make a projection leading into the budget process. We make projections during the budget process. And then once we're done with the budget process, do we just go dormant for 6 months? Or do we constantly try to project and get a feel for how the revenue's coming in or not?
It's a continuous process. For example, just going back to when we put the budget together, we spoke with a number of economists, folks with UCLA, other folks. At that time, they were still saying we're looking at 3% growth this year. Looking at some of the data and some of the things that were coming out in the news with the foreclosures, we felt that this wasn't very prudent, and we looked that our assessment was that we need to be basically flat in some of our key, economy-sensitive revenues, and we did that. As we're going forward and we're getting more data in the FSR, we've been looking at that, and we just don't like where it's going. And that's why we're actually recommending that we reduce some of our revenues in the current year to sort of deal with the news about a fourth quarter that's going to be slow and sort of the time that's going to be needed to crawl back out of this recession.
Just to give you perspective, if I may, each budget includes the Comptroller's March 1 report. The March 1 report does the projections of revenue for the subsequent fiscal year. Those projections are formulated during the months of January and February. By the time we get to July, we can have a completely different economy. And as Mr. Serrano said, it's an ever-evolving process where we're always having to modify our estimates as to where we think we're going to be with our various revenues. And we still don't know, as an example, where we're going to be with property tax when we first receive our first installment in December.
Now, can somebody explain the basic difference or a good example of the difference in responsibilities between the controller and the treasurer? Because the city of Los Angeles has a controller and a treasurer, right?
Yes, there's distinct responsibilities. The treasurer's office, and I don't speak for Joya. Joya is responsible for the treasurer's office, and she can speak to better than what her responsibilities are.
She's right here.
Wow. The controller's office is responsible for the accounting for the city of Los Angeles, as well as the audits. The treasurer's office is responsible for the daily investment of the cash pool that we have.
Okay. Can you identify? I know who you are, Joya, but...
Good afternoon, Joya DeFore, City Treasurer. The Treasurer is responsible, short term, we do invest every day, but in a more global sense, we are the city's banker. We are responsible for managing the cash management program, which is about a $60 billion in gross program per year. We are responsible for the investment of approximately $7 billion in investment in general pooled investments and in special funds. The general pooled investments are the only investment pool in the country that has a AAA rating by Standard & Poor's and Moody's.
Wait a minute. Who has a AAA rating? You do, or the city does, or
the city's investment program?
Okay.
And that's different from the debt rating, which is also very, very high, which puts the city in very good stead. And finally, the treasurer is a safekeeper of the financial assets of the city.
Okay. Now, when it comes to what you just described, you do that by yourself? You have a team of people working with you?
The most critical people in the process are seated behind me. The Assistant Treasurer, Krista Binder, the Chief Investment Officer, Hal Noctree, and the Senior Investment Officer, Tom Juarez.
Okay. So based on what you're involved in day-to-day investing of the city dollars?
That's correct.
Okay. Based on what you've seen, is there anything you'd like to share with us about what your experience is with what they call the market or the markets that you're dealing with in this time where we have federal governments passing $800 and some billion actions and international governments doing all these crazy things? But let's bring it home. What's going on here in and around us in Los Angeles?
Okay, and the investment staff behind me have the exact numbers, but let me tell you on our approach. Our investment and cash management and treasury philosophy is one of best practices. And so while we were challenged in this economic climate, we actually fared quite well because we look at first, best practices. We believe in rigorous discipline, so we're not chasing the market or reacting because something happens in the market necessarily. We do rigorous analysis and we assess the risk of those people we do business with. As you may recall, last fall we came to City Council and said we were uncomfortable with the financial fundamentals in the financial sector, and those were the banks, the investment bankers, and we were going to either eliminate or strictly reduce our exposure. What we said to you at that time is that we did not like the fundamentals, looking at our analytics, and so we were going to underweight that exposure in the portfolio. If we were wrong, we would underperform the benchmark, and you wouldn't have been happy. But I'm happy to report that we are outperforming the benchmark because we made that decision last fall.
Wow. So you actually saw what was going on, made a decision. It's actually not a risky decision per se, but perception-wise, like you said, if it would have underperformed, maybe people would have been upset and second-guessed your decision, I'm sure. But when you made that decision, so you pulled money out of certain places and put it under a mattress? Or what did you do that was so different that you came to council and actually said, this is what we want to do and this is good for the city?
Well, because of council and the mayor approved some additional analytic software called Bond Edge. So that allows us to review our portfolio on a daily basis. And there are just certain analytics. In one of the reports, for instance, we look at is the probability of default. And we like those numbers to be in single digits. When we started seeing some of the companies edge into double digits, we assessed, did we really want to be in that market, and could we replace it with something similar but not in the financial sector? And that's what we did.
Okay, but no mattresses?
No mattresses.
Okay. So you continue to do responsible things with the money. You just change some places where you're putting it, but all in all, you still continue to invest our assets.
Exactly. And one thing we did do recently, we have what is called a securities lending program. Without getting into the technical geek talk, what it involved was us doing business with certain financial institutions. We have temporarily suspended that program because we wanted to reassess, were we analyzing the financial viability of those companies with enough rigor to protect the city during this challenging economic climate. So it's not gone, it's just suspended until we take another review, which we do with all parts of our responsibilities.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now go to our next presentation. Why don't we take a break and take public comment in between right now? We still have some, our next presentation will be on expenditures. So if folks want to sit tight, I know CAO, CLA, and then we'll have Lacers, Police and Fire. Thank you to the Controller's Office and to the Treasurer for that. Let's take some comment cards right now. Barbara Monahan Burke on item 6, if you'd like to come forward. After that, we have Jim Clark.
Honorable City Council, I am Barbara Monahan Burke, 4223 Wilkinson Ave, Studio City, representing the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, a coalition of neighborhood councils in the San Fernando Valley. It is significant that for the first time, a business group, VICA, has come to us to support together a motion, that of the creation of a collection sheriff. Our Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils endorsed the motion last month. We were made aware of the dismal situation that is our billings and collection practice in the city of Los Angeles, and we believe something has to be done now. Past due debts totaling $500 million were discovered by Controller Laura Chick more than 15 months ago. We can't wait another 15 weeks. We would like that in 15 days something would be done. Is that possible? As the representative of the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, my constituents are impacted by the city's failures to collect, both in the past and any in the future failures that you will make if you don't do anything to change the situation. We have seen the city happily raise taxes while it was aware but did little or nothing to pick up, as Councilmember Rosendahl mentioned, the gold in the gutter. Please pass this motion today. Implement the necessary changes to collect the old debts and make sure we don't find ourselves in this situation again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burke. Is Jim Clark here? Jim Clark is no longer here. Melissa Fertig? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Melissa Fertig with Central City Association. CCA supports the creation of a collection sheriff to improve the collections practices in the city. Over a year has passed since the release of the Controller's collections audit, which revealed that the city's process could be more effective in collecting hundreds of millions of dollars in unpaid fees. In that time, the city has pressed for new taxes but has not yet collected those fees. For example, Proposition S broadened the scope of taxes in order to protect funding for necessary police and fire services. But the revenue derived from Prop S could have also been raised by collecting the money already owed to city departments, including police and fire. In effect, adding new taxes while not collecting outstanding debts penalizes those who pay what they owe while rewarding those who do not. A collection sheriff would be beneficial to the city in gathering revenue during this budget crunch to preserve its services, and it would be fair to everyone who also receives those services. Therefore, I would like to encourage the council to create a collection sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fertig. We appreciate your comments. Nicole Shahanian, and then Sam Garrison.
Nicole Shahanian, Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today to express the Chamber's support for the creation of a collections sheriff to improve the billing and collections practices in the city of Los Angeles. The collection rate in numerous departments is unacceptably low. We encourage the city to create a collections sheriff to add accountability to the system while changing the attitudes and actions of our department heads who oversee the collections process. Currently, there is no incentive for department heads to collect more of their revenues. Regardless of how much they collect, department heads are able to go to the city's general fund when they're short on cash and ask for more money. The Hollywood Chamber, along with VICA and others, believe that budgets should be tied to the revenue collection rates of their departments. Please note that time is of the essence. As each day passes without collection, more and more money that the city is owed will never be collected. Without new policies and procedures in place and without a collection sheriff enforcing the laws, revenues will not be properly invoiced and thus not be collected in the future. Please act now to improve the billings and collection practices that the city greatly needs.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it. Sam Garrison is our next speaker. Sam still here? No. Okay. Aaron Green? I know he's here.
Good afternoon. Aaron Green, Legislative Affairs Manager with the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. You've got a letter in front of you that's a coalition letter from 9 business organizations and the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils. All of them are supporting the motion to create a collection sheriff. I would like to note, by the way, I'd like to thank the council members who have taken time on this issue. And I'll be brief since I spoke about it a little bit earlier. Item number 6 on today's council agenda is not a motion to create a collection sheriff. Item number 6 is a motion to adopt a report that was passed in Budget and Finance. And it has some very substantive and good suggestions for improving our collections practices, but it doesn't address the core issue of accountability within our city departments. It doesn't change the ingrained and essential practices or long-term problems that we have with regards to efficient collection. And I would like to see, the 10 organizations, VICA, the LA Chamber, the California Apartment Association, the Greater Los Angeles Apartment Association, the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, the Central City Association, the United Chambers of Commerce of the San Fernando Valley, the Beverly Hills Greater Los Angeles Area Association of Realtors, the Southland Regional Association of Realtors, and the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils all feel that this is a pressing issue. And the greater issue of collections is not addressed in item number 6, and it needs to be addressed in a timely and pressing manner. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Jim McQuiston, come forward.
Jim McQuiston, you all have my statement. I put some suggestions in there, some of which you'll have to mull a little, and some of them involve some legal action, so I really shouldn't talk about it right now. But as you know, I'm diligently looking at the departments, and some of the departments are still operating like it was 1930. One of the interesting things was a mention here that we have to keep Hollywood in Hollywood. Some of the people want to move Hollywood out of Hollywood, and some of them are on the circle. So we are looking at different avenues to keep our revenues in. But regardless of that, I really think, my prediction of $300 to $400 million that I gave last spring is going to come fulfilled. And what we've been talking about now in this room is something that does not answer that. It does not. Even if we collected everything, if we could stand the expense of trying to collect what we are owed, that doesn't give us any leg up on the future. And as you know, that we did say that we were going to put away a rainy day fund. Now we're not talking about a rainy day fund anymore. We really do have to make some policies and stick with them. And one of the things that we heard today was that people are very irritated about the fact it takes so long to move ahead in this city. And just a couple of days ago, we heard an argument about a big national firm that wanted to move into our particular Hollywood area, which is the movie industry area, and it was out of compliance with that area. And we heard that they have been looking for a whole year and negotiating in the city to try to move in there. So we have to break this down. People have to know that when they get up plans, what it says on paper is what's going to be applied. And that's the biggest thing I think we have to do in the city.
Appreciate your comments. We have Matt Dowd. Matt Dowd here. Arnold Sachs, can I come forward? And Zuma Dog here. Don't see him either.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Arnold Sachs. The impact of the current financial market crisis. What I'd like to see come from this council is something that the New York State Attorney General did recently, and that is he sent a letter to the companies that are receiving bailout funds, admonishing them for the practices of taking unwarranted junkets to give their high volume employees or recognition to their employees while and after they received bailouts from the federal government. This is public money, and if people need to be told that what you're doing is wrong, then there's a real problem. We need also to know a little bit better in understanding here. I brought up before the City Council the fact that the increase in the trash fees generated $137 million, only $40 million of which went to new police. So there's $95 million that went to salaries. But that generated increase was when the trash fees went from $11 to $26. The fees are now $39. Where'd the extra $13 go, which generates almost $117 million? There's no answer to this. We have no accountability for funds that come into the city, where they're spent. We only have accountability of where we can increase fees on the public's back.
Thank you. We will now go to number 4. We're going to move to continue in the agenda the section called 5 on the revenue-generating motions till November 18th. Mr. Parks, is that correct?
Minutes to our FAs to make the comments on item 3, and then we'll go to 4 and the appropriate break off with the whole number 5 until a later date.
If there's no objection, we'll continue 5 then till the 18th of November. We'll take that up. Let's hear from you all, and then we'll go to number 4, starting with pensions after this presentation. Thank you.
Natalie Broad, the CAO's office. We're here to talk about the impact of the current financial market on our bond program. The presentation is given by the CAO's office, by Lisa Smith from Gardner, Underwood, and Bacon, and David Broadsley from K&N, and I will let them start the presentation.
I'm David Broadsley from K&N. I'm one of the city's financial advisors, and we put together a couple slides just to give some discussion.
Slide around maybe so you can sit a little bit more comfortably. If we just everybody move down just a tiny little bit. That way we can all see you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can you take it back a slide? Just to give you a flavor of some of the issues that have been facing the bond market, in particular, the beginning of the crisis in the municipal bond market began with the challenges of bond insurers. In California, in recent years, about 80% of municipal bonds have been AAA insured. Premiums were very low. The city benefited from that and sold most of its debt, notwithstanding its high ratings with AAA bond insurance. In the fall, the rating agency started making note of exposures to subprime investments, subprime mortgage investments, and we saw warning shots and then tumbling of ratings. And this chart just surveys what happened to the 9 AAA bond insurers. All but 2 of them now are below AAA. There's a new one that's entered, which is the Berkshire Hathaway Group, and the 2 other remaining AAAs are under watch for downgrades. And for all practical purposes, bond insurance, which dominated the market last year, is pretty much non-existent, and that's had impact on particularly the city's short-term borrowing costs, and Natalie will talk about that in a moment. Go to the next slide. And then as another measure of just the scope of events, we thought it would be useful to take a look at the investment banking firms that buy municipal bonds. Up on that chart are the 8 largest participants in the municipal bond market in 2007. Of those 8 firms, only 4 of them are still in the municipal bond business. 2 of them have disappeared completely, Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns, so their operations had got acquired. Merrill Lynch still operates independently but is on the verge of being absorbed into Bank of America. And UBS, which last year was the 3rd largest underwriter of municipal bonds, in prior years was number 2 or number 1, just walked away from the business altogether. Still in operation as a global bank, but not in the municipal bond business. A little bit about what's going on in the market now. A lot of people are on the sidelines, not investing. The institutions in particular have been pulling back. There was a lot of non-traditional buyers, hedge funds, things called tender option bond programs, very technical, but we're actually major buyers keeping municipal bond rates extremely low in the last few years. Most of them are gone, and many of them are selling. The only bright spot really has been that rates have gotten so high that retail investors have moved in. We talked earlier about the state of California transaction. It did so well not because of institutions, money market funds. The traditional buyers of short-term bonds did not participate particularly actively in the state's transaction, but a lot of individuals saw 4% yields on one-year money and decided that was a better place than their bank and other places to keep their short-term money. So, and especially when you realize that's tax-free. So after tax return was a 6% or whatever the equivalent would be. Right now, a lot of institutions are unwinding positions. AIG, which we all learned about, unfortunately, in the last few months, was the single largest holder of the city's bonds, as well as many other municipals. They're unwinding their positions. A lot of issuers are on the sidelines, which means the backlog is building up. And all that puts pressure on rates, and rates have risen significantly, and Lisa will show you that in a moment. And then finally, bank letters of credit and liquidity facilities, which are what you use for variable rate programs, have become very hard to get, unavailable, and when you can find them, very expensive.
Hi, Lisa Smith with Gardner, Wood and Bacon. I wanted to quickly show you just how the interest rate changes have been impacted by the current market. If you look at the top slide, it compares 2 indices that we use. One is the 10-year Treasury with the Bond Buyer 20, and the Bond Buyer 20 are 20 different GO bond issues that mature in 20 years. And typically, traditionally, tax-exempt GO bond issues have lower interest rates than a taxable treasury bond. And if you notice in the marketplace with this dislocation, the Bond Buyer 20 has higher interest rates than the treasury rate. In fact, if you look at some other indices we've had, within the last month, interest rates have gone up 131 basis points, or 1.3%. So the cost of borrowing has increased greatly, especially over this past month. There's been a flight to quality, which has caused a lot of the Treasury market to go down, interest rates in the Treasury market to go down. Investors are scared, and they perceive the government issues the most conservative and least risky. So that's why Treasuries have gone down, and in terms of municipal market, we've gone up in interest rates. Next slide just shows, talked about lack of demand out there, and as a result of lack of demand, there's been an increase of supply. There's not only been a few municipal bond issues in the last month. Those that have gone have only been issuers that immediately need capital, and they're willing to pay the higher interest rates. Right now, there's an estimated $18 billion of supply nationally that has not gone into the municipal bond market. So we're thinking in the next few weeks, by the year end, there's going to be a tremendous amount of supply out there that's going to also hinder rates. The only bright spot, and David and Natalie both mentioned, were the California RAND set price last week. It was sold over a 2-day period, and it was predominantly retail investors that took that, and it was 4.2%. But just to give you a comparison, the year before, that same type of transaction sold at 3.37%. So again, just to show you that rates have gone up. We're waiting for hopefully the presidential elections to help subside some of the anxiety, as well as the bailout packages to take in effect. And next, I'm going to turn it over to Natalie.
This basically just gives you a synopsis of the city's $6.3 billion debt portfolio, which CEO's office manages, and it just breaks it down for you into its different components. Really, what has affected us has been the variable rate debt market, and we do have variable rate bonds, swaps, and commercial paper that we have invested in. The next slide shows you our wastewater system variable rate program. We came to council at the end of March and in April to have this refunded. And in this program, we actually kept the swap, and the reason was because the swap termination payment was very, very high. In order for us to get out of the swap, we'd have to pay, and we just not feel that was a wise move to make. We did go ahead and sell $600 million of debt. We sold $450 million as variable rate debt and $140 in commercial paper. And you ask, well, why did we split it up that way? Because the City of LA could not get a letter of credit to back the variable rate debt. And that's really the first time it's happened. If we wanted a letter of credit for that amount, it would have been extremely costly. As you can see, the counterparties that we dealt with, Bank of New York and Dexia, were highly rated. Dexia, however, was recently downgraded, and we did see some fluctuation in the interest rate because of that. The next slide shows you our convention center debt, and this is the one that we were scheduled to sell at the middle of September. This shows you where the program was and how the debt was spread across various underwriters. It was also spread across various banks, and it was insured. When the bond insurance market fell apart, as well as J.P. Morgan and Dexia being downgraded, and actually J.P. Morgan getting out of the letter of credit business, out of the liquidity business, it affected the bond program. You can also see that we had a swap on this also. The difference between the wastewater swap and the convention center swap was that by the time we got ready to do convention center in September, that swap was worth more, so the payment was minimal. The next page shows you what the results of that. As I mentioned, we originally were scheduled to sell the week of September 15th, and that's the week that AIG got their bailout of $85 million. It's the week that Lehman Brothers collapsed, that Bank of America bought Merrill Lynch. That all happened that week, and that was the week we were supposed to sell. Well, needless to say, we did not sell bonds that day. But then on September 23rd, September 23rd, right after the ad hoc committee on public debt, we received a phone call from the underwriter, and the underwriter said, "You're not going to believe this, but there's an institution that wants to buy $100 million of your $250 million refunding. Do you want to sell today?" We said, "Yes, let's go." We went into the market for an hour and a half, and we sold all our bonds at 5%. So it was that window of opportunity. We were the first municipality to come back into the marketplace, so we did have an advantage to that. It had been about 7 to 8 days that there basically had been a freeze on the municipal market, and you can say we were good or we were lucky, whichever you prefer. Indications were that the market was going to get worse, and what we did see is the market did get worse over the next 2 weeks after that, into October. We did terminate our swap. When we first started in the week of September 15th, our swap would have cost us $8 million to terminate. We paid a termination payment of $1.1 million. That's a lot of money, but it saved us money on the long end. You can see that the convention center rates had moved up to 8 to 10%, and they have since reset. Other debt has reset below 3, so we were really in a market where we were paying almost 10% for a tax-exempt bond. We knew that there was volatility in the treasuries, as Lisa had mentioned, and they were in the middle of discussing the bailout when that window of opportunity happened. This is basically a summary of what we are going to see in the future in the market in general and for the city in particular. And I think that it's pretty much that we're hoping that the bailout will stabilize the market. We're seeing some increased demand for variable rate bonds, and we hope that will continue. We don't know if it will or not. This office does believe that the market will remain volatile, and as economic news comes out, it'll affect the stock market, which in fact will in turn affect treasuries, which in turn will affect the municipal market. So one market is now bleeding into all the other markets. We are seeing higher requests for payment from the underwriters for us to sell our bonds. That's because it's now a lot harder to sell, so they do have to work harder, so they want more money. The letters of credit, we know, will be a problem in the future when they expire. We were hoping to extend the MICLA CP program from 200 to 300 million to help ease the pressure on the general fund, but that really would be determined by a letter of credit. So I'll leave some closing comments to Lisa and David if they'd like to give some.
I think really just if there's any questions on the market. I can say today was a good day in the bond market. There was a little bit of a rally, so may that be the signs of good things to come.
Okay. We have one speaker on the queue. Again, colleagues, I'm just going to run the clock on speakers 3 minutes flat, including answers. And we have then general overview on expenditures from CLA-CAO, MOUs from the CAO, and pensions from Lacers, Fire, and Police. Mr. Cardenas.
I'll go to Alarcón. Here? Okay, got it. All right. When it comes to when the city sells bonds, do we sell them ourselves, or do we hire somebody or employ somebody or enlist somebody to do that?
We are not allowed to sell bonds directly to the market, so it has to be through underwriters, bondholders.
And the custom and practice of the city has been either we try to make sure that big firms are involved in the process along with other size firms, or we go with small firms generally, medium firms generally, or larger firms generally.
It's a mix right now. We have large firms as well as medium and small firms together.
And who tends to take the lead on the process for us, a bigger firm or a medium or smaller firm?
On the MICLA 2006 and 7, I believe it was a medium firm. On MICLA 2008, I can't remember who the lead was on that, but on the convention center it was Merrill Lynch.
Okay.
It just fell that way.
Okay.
They were the best one, we thought. It's time.
Now, of the firms that we have in our pool of firms that we pick from, how many of those firms have now fallen by the wayside?
Let's see. Bear, Lehman,
I think that's probably
Merrill Lynch, and UBS, 4.
4. And they're some of the biggest in the
Yes.
country, if not the world, right? And we use them hopefully successfully over the years or what have you. Now, one of the things that I think that lay people have been led to believe, certainly I was led to believe this, not by you, just by watching television and the CNN or what have you, that these huge, big firms are going to be around forever. And when you hang out with those folks, you're golden and you're safe and everything's going to be just fine. Well, obviously that's not the case with at least 4 firms that you named that we actually utilized quite often. How many of the medium and small size firms on our list are now no longer in existence?
I don't think any of those firms have gone out of business.
So we have large firms, and 4 of them have gone out of business that are on our list of firms that we utilize for this business, and then we have medium and small size firms, and it appears that none of the medium or small size firms have gone out of business during this crazy time. Now, that being the case, what's the explanation or what's the understanding why these people that we do business with, the bigger, larger, bigger is better, as most people think, are no longer around, but the medium and small size firms are still here, ready to continue working for us? What's the main reason for that?
I think with the medium-sized firms, they've traditionally just done municipal bond issuances, whereas the larger firms have a myriad of activities that they do, and some of the other swap markets or some of the other markets that they've gone into have actually hurt the municipal market, and that's why they had to get out of the municipal marketplace.
Okay, so the bigger firms, actually, they have like different arms, and one arm actually took down the whole firm, or some of the arms actually took down the whole firm, even though they kind of sort of aren't related to each other. One arm does this and the other arm does that. But they're so big and they have their hands and arms into all these different financial ways of doing business and servicing clients and investing and all that stuff, that what happened was a certain amount of activity got so heavy for them that they took down the whole firm. Is that... I'm trying to explain it in terms that most people who don't sit and talk with all of you like I do sometimes maybe could understand it.
Yes, there's things that happened with them financially that they were no longer able to stay in business, and so it hurt the whole entire firm.
So when it comes to selling bonds, are we now having to look at the world a little differently, that maybe the biggest isn't necessarily better when it comes to having people do this service for us?
I think that over the last 2 years, I think that's been our philosophy.
What's the that in our philosophy?
Well, our philosophy has been to make sure that we have a mix of large firms and small firms and medium-sized, because we've come to realize that that mix probably gets us the best bang for our buck, I guess. So we definitely use that mixture of firms. And as far as the lead, it really rotates. I mean, on 2 of 3 of the last MICLAs, the lead underwriter was a medium-sized firm. It just so happened for Convention Center, it wasn't.
Yeah, but in all fairness to these firms that have now proven to the city of Los Angeles that they're worthy of being on our list and worthy of being picked to do senior deals, with all due respect, for the last few decades was very different than the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, right?
Correct.
Okay, so in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, we've gone to allowing medium-sized firms to lead deals, not just the largest or biggest firms.
Thank you, Mr. Garden.
Correct?
Correct. There were some smaller firms at one point in the 90s that were involved in leading. And then we started to do more, we did all competitive deals because of the way the market was. And
which tended to be that, as the end result is the large firms.
Correct.
Just by default ended up being the ones getting the business.
Correct. And as the markets have fallen apart, one of the things that we've become aware of, and also through council policy, is that doing a negotiated deal can be just as beneficial as a competitive deal. And I think moving forward in the market that we're in, it's very evident that everybody will be doing negotiated. I mean, even the state of California will be doing negotiated because the market is just gone.
Okay. Just one last point, because it affects how we do business potentially based on the answer. The fact that some of these very large firms, we turned around from one day to the next and they're gone, did that put anything at risk, or did we have to do some quick movement to move money or something like that because of that?
Yes.
Can you give one example, please?
One example would be when UBS left the market, we had to reassign that debt to someone else. And we had to re-sign contracts and renegotiate. So that's very true.
Okay, thank you. We will now move to the MOUs section. Mr. Parks, you want to cue it up?
If we could move to item 4, but also while they're coming up, if we could move items 6, 8, and 15 on the calendar and approve them, that would be something that would save us some time.
Okay. Is there any objection to those? That's what will be before us. We have one card on 15 as well. Mr. Sachs, you want to come forward on 15? You have 1 minute left, sir.
I believe item 15 is maximizing collection of funds relative to fees that are collected by the city. Could you put that on? Is that correct?
Yes.
There's been some information that came out recently regarding some fee collection, and I think there needs to be further investigation into this. I'll bring it up in a Transportation Committee meeting on Wednesday, but there's a differential between fees being paid for franchise fees and the fees being paid for license fees that are not beneficial to the city. Who owns the licenses? Who gets the fees? We're talking close to $60 million here that seems to be out of order, and it should be investigated and looked into if you're talking about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll close public comment. If Let's go ahead and we'll vote on those three.
I just have to make one verbal technical amendment on number 6. 1A should be Board of Review instead of Board of Rights.
Okay. Without objection, that'll be accepted as a friendly amendment. And let's go ahead and open the roll on those items. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, those are approved, including the collection sheriff, and thank you for your testimony, folks, on that. And let's move on to our expenditures piece. Mr. CEO.
Okay, actually, since we are going to be going into budget and finance with the next FSR, which is going to talk about expenditures, we'd like to, we're happy to give you an overview, but we'd like to perhaps have a discussion, I think, on Monday, and I believe the FSR, if everything goes as planned, on Monday, we'll have it in council on Wednesday.
That's fine. I neglected, actually, Mr. Reyes. I know we have a Plum Committee meeting. Mr. Reyes, did you want to announce that the meeting is going to start?
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to announce that Plum will begin in 10 minutes, 2:15. So we appreciate the committee to be there.
Great. Thank you. Okay, with that, if there's no questions on that, why don't you give us the next piece then?
Okay, and the next piece actually goes to the MOUs. We'd be happy to have that discussion as well as far as the larger contacts with expenditures with the FSR next week. If you do have any questions, and we'd be happy to answer those.
Any questions on the MOUs, folks? Not an inconsequential issue.
Any of them and the MOUs?
Mr. LaBonge?
I'm sorry.
I'll push my button. Any questions on the MOUs for employees?
Yes.
Yeah, what's the procedure if we have to reopen it? If there's just tell me what happens.
Go ahead, Dave.
Tom Coltis, City Administrative Office. Currently, we have contracts with all of our employees with the exception of the Los Angeles Port Police Command Officers Association and the craft hiring halls. The majority of the coalition of union MOUs have a reopener that is in existence, and that contract expires in June of 2012. We do not have a reopener with any of the engineers and architects contracts, and we do not have reopeners with any of our sworn contracts. However, the sworn contracts do reopen for a new contract effective July 2009.
In the crisis in New York City or the Southern California crisis in Orange County or in San Diego, have you looked at anything? If we're really going into a dark storm, do you perceive we may have to get everybody back to the table?
I think we will just have those discussions with the coalition of unions. In the previous fiscal year, we did make the request of the other unions to come back to the table. Those requests were rejected at that point in time. That may change depending upon the economic condition that we face in this year.
Yeah, I think we should just be fair to the people that we serve and fair to the people that work for the city, that if we are going to a very dark cloud, that we want to get everybody around the table so we make sure that we do the absolute best that we can based on the challenges that have transpired due to the national crisis. It's now a global crisis. And also I think we should look at, from your office, at other cities and the impacts that they've had on their time to get any examples of possible ways we could do it. I know we all want to keep everybody working, and we all want to do the best we can for the people of Los Angeles, but if it's as dark as everybody's projecting, I can't see us any other way but getting everybody back around the table. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Other questions on MOUs, colleagues? If not, should we hit the pensions next? Okay. Mr. Smith and the pensions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand we're running a little slow, so if I could have Sally Choi and Mike Perez and their staffs come forward. Part of our discussion has been about the pension and where we're at. Mr. Rosendahl and I introduced the motion to request this hearing so we could understand, first of all, from the employees' point of view, to kind of allay any fears they may have about the condition and health of our pension plan, and secondly, as it impacts our budget, which it does every year in the contribution that we make from our general fund, and then what alternatives are, if there are any, what the projection is for the coming year, where we're looking at right at this moment. So if you would please, and I understand we may lose a quorum shortly, so we're going to kind of keep it tight and bright if we could and kind of hit the highlights. Sally?
Okay. We have some detailed, Sally Choi from Los Angeles City Employees Retirement System. Good afternoon. We have a PowerPoint that was distributed to all the council members, so we can go through that in detail, but I can just give you a quick overview given the limited time that we have today. The key messages I want to leave you with are that LACERs, similar to fire and police pensions, we are a large pension fund. We are at about $8.5 billion. We have a long-term investment horizon. Our horizon is looking at 30 years and beyond. We've been here for over 7 years, and we'll be here for a lot longer. As long as the city's here, we're here. And we also have top investment managers, consultants, and staff that are managing our portfolio on a day-to-day basis. And we are financially structured. Our investment portfolios are structured to be broadly diversified to weather any type of market turmoil, for example, what we're seeing right now. So the asset diversification that we have in our portfolios help us withstand the fluctuations in the market. So those are the key points that I think are important to make. And any market volatility that we're seeing right now has a direct impact on our overall portfolio. But as a long-term investor, we will be able to weather through those market fluctuations and the turmoil that we're seeing in the short term. And historically, we've seen, even when there have been major downturns in the market, there is a recovery that you see over time. And again, as a long-term investor, we will be here to live through and work through the market recovery.
Perez?
I'm Mike Perez with the Fire and Police Pension System, and to my left is Tom Lopez. He's the Chief Investment Officer of the system. Both Tom and I have been with the system since 1980. At that point in time, our pension system was 25% funded. At this time, we're 100% funded. And on our health subsidy side, we started pre-funding health in 1989, and we're currently 40% funded. So the two together make us one of the best funded pension systems in the country. I'll try not to go over some of the things that Sally mentioned already, but one of the things you asked about particularly was the city's contribution to the pension system. This year, the contribution is $326 million. That's about 26 cents for every dollar of payroll, budgeted payroll. Next year, we estimate that the city's contribution will be around $340 million. If budgeted payroll is lower than it currently is, that number will go down. If it's higher, that number will go up. The next steps that we've got planned on an ongoing basis, Tom Lopez has been looking very carefully at our cash requirements. The monthly pension requirements include a pension roll of around $65–70 million a month, as well as capital calls for real estate and private equity. We have a 3% allocation to cash, and we're being very careful to make sure that we have sufficient allocation of that cash to pay for the pension rolls, to pay for our capital calls. Otherwise, we'll be in a position of having to sell distressed debt at a price that's not favorable to the system. Early in 2009, our board will be looking at the issue of asset smoothing. We currently smooth over a 5-year period of time. There's one pension system, CalPERS, that smooths over a 15-year period at this point. Some systems are taking a look at a 7 to 10-year smoothing period. One of the things that we're doing is being very mindful that the change in the smoothing period could have an effect on our funding status. Most of our members are in Tier 5. If we're over 100%, the Tier 5 members pay 8% of pay. If we're under, they pay 9%. It's about $1,000 a month for the average Tier 5 member. So we've got to be very careful of the perception that they have of the actions we take in that area. So we're very mindful of that, working with the unions, making sure they understand what we're doing. We'll also be doing an asset allocation review. Asset allocation is responsible for about 90% of the returns that we have, that any investor has. So we're going to be taking a hard look at that with the board the first quarter of 2009. Thank you.
Ms. Choi, what do you expect the contribution for LACERS to be next year?
Actually, I can move to that slide real quick. Let me just go back. Before I get to the contribution rates, I just want to point out our 15-year historical investment returns. You'll see that overall in the last 15 years, you see a lot of ups and downs in our investment returns. But we've earned double-digit investment returns 4 out of the last 5 years. So if you carry that out, we also show you on the blue line, the red line is our investment returns on June 30th of every year, and then the blue line is the city's contribution rate. Going back to the point that Mike made about asset smoothing, those annual returns, investment gains and losses, are smoothed over a 5-year period. So if you look at where our contribution rate is going, this year for fiscal year 0809, our contribution rate, which is a percentage of payroll, is a little over 20%, 20.1% or so. Next year, we're projecting that the contribution rate will be about 19.8%, so you'll see a slight decline. And that's mainly because of the accumulated gains from the prior years, even though this June 30th, 08, we saw negative returns of negative 5.7%. But we're only recognizing a portion of that as part of our asset smoothing. So next year, for the fiscal year 0910, it's about a 19.8%. So assuming a payroll base of about $1.9 billion, you're looking at roughly $370 million city contribution. And that includes the proprietary portion.
I think for the members to understand is the impact to us is in our annual budget is the amount of money we have to give to the pension system to match employees' contributions and keep the system whole and viable. Historically, our system has been whole and viable, particularly in the recent decades where we increased our contributions to the point where both systems are extremely well funded, meet federal guidelines, and are really safe. I think that's the important thing is to tell the employees they're safe, and even if the city of LA went bankrupt tomorrow, the system is protected.
That's right.
That's the important thing. And secondly, as we look as a council to our budget next year, I think you made one comment that really brings it home, is the only way we can affect the amount of contribution rate is in two ways. One, change the smoothing calculation, which we're talking about and may be viable next year to do, or two, reduce the number of employees. Those are the two ways that we really affect the contribution that we have to make from the general fund of the systems. Is that correct?
That's correct, because the contribution rate is based on the cost of the normal cost, which is your cost for the accrued benefits for the year, plus your portion of your unfunded liability. So that's what makes it the contribution rate. So it's a rate of payroll. So where you can affect change is the payroll base, because the contribution rate is going to be what it is, right? Because that's the calculation of your liability.
Okay. I would like to point out that we have 6 pension tiers that we've gotten over the years. And as a student of the pension history and having been worked for the city since 1980, I've seen that the city has changed benefits on a going forward basis for employees. So like in 1980, the fire and police pension system got what they call at the time Article 35. That was a much lower costing system for the members, for the surviving spouses, and it made disability pensions harder to get. So there was a change made at that point on a going forward basis that did reduce the city's contributions in future years.
And so the bottom line is a very convoluted system for the average person to understand, but it does impact our budget significantly. And I think that's the point that we wanted to hear. And with that, I'd like to turn over to members if they have any other questions. Mr. Garcetti, anyone in the queue?
Okay. Any other members on pension items? If not, I want to thank you all for your patience. I know it was a long morning and afternoon, but we appreciate your patience and giving us that critical information. That will end the presentations for today. We are going to continue the additional items that were before us until November 18th without objection. And with that, if we can go to the next order of business. Thank you.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those are posted and referred.
That clears the desk.
Any announcements? I know Plum Committee was just beginning right now at 2:15. Any other business announcements, committees, or anything else? If not, do we have any adjourning motions today? If I can please ask everybody in chambers to rise for our adjourning motions. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Thank you. I hear it. Hello? Okay, it's working. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's with great regret and sadness that I rise to adjourn in the memory of the father of Peter Schutan with the City Attorney's Office. Robert Schutan passed away on October 16, 2008. His notable attributes were he went by Bob Schutan and was born in Chicago in May of 1918. He did a year at the University of Chicago and transferred to UCLA to finish his college education. He then went to Bolt Hall for law school and immediately joined the Navy. He was lieutenant commander of the USS Dempsey. After the war, he started his bankruptcy practice with Frank Kittner at Kittner and Schutan. Subsequently, he formed the very well-regarded boutique Chapter 11 and bankruptcy firm of Schutan and Trost. In 1980, Schutan and Trost merged with Chicago-based Sidney and Austin. He subsequently did mediation, including matters for the city of Los Angeles, after appropriately advising all parties that his son was employed as a deputy city attorney assigned to the criminal branch. During the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, he was involved in the civil rights movement. After the passage of the Civil Rights Acts in 1963 and 1964, Schutan went with a number of lawyers from around the country to Mississippi to register black voters. He said that was one of the productive moments of his life. He spoke of hiding in the back of a black family's car while going from place to place to help register voters. He remembered going to black churches on Sunday morning and holding hands, singing, "We Shall Overcome." Schutan married Janice Dottenheim in 1955 and had 2 children, Peter and Annie. They divorced in 1975, and he remarried in 1980 to Randy, who died in 1990. He married his current wife, Georgia, in 1997. He was a loved father, husband, and friend to many.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Labange.
Members, I ask we adjourn in memory of Mr. Blackwell, who was a great fashion critique, resident of the 4th District, who had a wonderful personality. Long before all these people who are on television today critiquing everybody, Mr. Blackwell did in his own special unique way. He started in 1960. He's survived by his life partner of over 60 years, Robert Spencer. I ask we adjourn in memory of Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you. Are there adjourning motions? If not, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. We'll next be in session tomorrow, October 22nd, here in John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340. Thank you all. Have a great day, and we will see you tomorrow. This meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned.